glance at the panelist. Looks like we have Hey, thanks everybody for being here at our special city council meeting in lieu of last week's meeting being moved till today. Certainly the holidays was a great time to rejuvenate ourselves here in the city of Milpitas. I'm so excited for all the amazing things that will happen here in 2022. It is 6 p.m. I do see a quorum, and we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. We'll go to our city clerk, Wendy Wood, for the roll call.
Councilmember Chua?
Here.
Councilmember Dominguez? Councilmember Fan?
Present.
Vice Mayor Montano?
Here.
Mayor Tran?
Here, thank you so much, Wendy. And before we adjourn to closed session, we do have one item listed on the agenda, public employment. We'll go ahead and go to our city attorney for any comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the council and the public that the council will be convening in closed session to consider one item, public employment related to the city attorney recruitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, folks tuning in at home, we'll be back. We do have attendees here, folks related to the agenda and such. So we'll be back right now. We're gonna go to closed session. We'll be back approximately 7 p.m. Thank you.
Almost there. My glasses at.
Sorry about that, folks. My Zoom was updating following a restart of my computer. Thanks for your patience. A few minutes after the hour here, I want to welcome everybody tuning in on youtube.com and a Facebook live stream to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. We're kicking off the year here tonight in 2022, and our council just came out of a closed session. I don't believe there's any announcements, but we'll check in for due diligence with our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Yeah, Mayor, so long as there was no vote or action taken in closed session, then there's nothing to report out this evening. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, not much to say, but I think tonight's closed session agenda item was consistent with the last closed session agenda item. And if there's any following notes that need to be provided, we'll follow up shortly as needed. Thank you very much. All right, next up here is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, please be seated. All right, we'll move on next to the invocation. Tonight's invocation is presented by Milpitas' very own, our Vice Mayor, Carmen Montana.
Thank you, Mayor. This is called the Serenity Prayer, and so I will read it. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Amen. Thank you. That's it. I can't hear you.
There you go. I just had to unmute myself. We'll check for presentations. I don't believe there are presentations. Let me do a quick check here on my computer. Okay, we have no presentations tonight. Okay. Next up on our agenda is the public forum. We want to welcome folks tuning in on Zoom. If you're watching this on Facebook or any other website, there's a way for you to engage, and we do have a Zoom you can log into. It's posted on our city website on our digital city council meeting agenda. You would have to get there to get the Zoom link so that you're able to participate. Maybe going forward, we'll ask from IT, perhaps through the city manager, if we can post the Zoom link on our social media, and that way folks can log on to the Zoom and have more access rather than navigating through really a whole website in itself. So maybe we can note that for a civic engagement of our community. Let's go to participants. I want to thank panelists for being here as always. I want to thank our attendees. I do see all the names, they're very familiar. This is the public forum portion of our agenda in our meeting tonight. We'll do 3 minutes. I like the agenda tonight. Thank you, our city manager's office and our city clerk. Wonderful agenda tonight. And I know we'll get through it efficiently. But if there's anyone that would like to speak during this public forum, and now would be the time. Attendees, please raise your virtual hands. Okay, I'll look for any virtual raised hands. If you're here for a particular agenda item, it would behoove you to wait until that item is discussed. Okay, great. Seeing no virtual raised hands, we'll carry on to announcements and future agenda items. We'll go to our city manager, Stephen McHarris.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and members of the City Council. I do have one brief announcement, and it is regarding the COVID testing offered at our city facilities. The County of Santa Clara currently offers COVID-19 testing at 2 city facilities in collaboration with our city. Our 2 sites are first, our Milpitas Sports Center. This is where the county is offering test appointments every first and third Friday of the month from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And the second location is the Milpitas Community Center, where a private county contractor offers testing appointments Mondays and Thursdays from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'm pleased to announce that we are now adding a third testing day on Tuesdays, starting on Tuesday, January 25th. I'm also noting that the Milpitas Community Center testing site is one of the 3 busiest testing sites in the state of California. And as such, the state has brought in the National Guard to assist us at both our testing sites with line control and medic staff to accommodate more testing. I'd also like to share with you the key guidance from the California Department of Health, and this is on when to get tested. If you need testing, or when you think you should need testing, it would be if you have symptoms, or if you've been exposed, or if you've gone to a high-risk event, or when you've traveled out of town. All appointment information can be found on the County of Santa Clara County's website at sccgov.org. And lastly, Since we know appointments have been booking up very quickly, it is difficult to get these appointments. You may also want to check our local Walgreens, CVS, and Safeway locations, as we understand each of them have COVID-19 testing and vaccine information available on their websites. And that concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I'll go over to this side of the dais here virtually. I will start off by saying we had a great time today at the Planet Fitness grand opening. Certainly a very nice addition to our city. It's really a tremendous feeling to see a vacant commercial space being utilized and to see resources go to tenant improvements and to see these type of services like Planet Fitness offers benefit our community. So we had a great time out there today. I believe we have another grand opening in a week or so, next week actually. I'm really excited for our local economy and seeing folks back out there safely. Another thing is I want to thank our city council for the diversity training last Friday. We did post the link on youtube.com and to social media. We all had a great time, really talking about different things that separate us, but more so bring us together. And I believe our organization will be going through those trainings, if I read correctly. Yes, I see a head nod from the city manager. Thank you. I think it's a fun experience. I had a really great time getting to know my colleagues even further. With that being said, I just want folks to stay healthy out there with the Omicron variant that is really fastly spreading throughout our nation. I monitor the New York Times every night before I go to rest, and the numbers are astounding. I think we're up 300%, over 200%. I should be safer than that. Over 200% than just weeks recently. We're getting over 500,000 daily positive tests throughout the nation, and I want to really encourage folks to add every layer of protection they can. I think I know someone hospitalized right now. Fortunately, not too severe, but I know folks that have been catching it. Even Milpitas families, young families, persons I've grown up with here in town. So it's definitely a very serious and personal observation that I've been seeing out in the community. We do understand the need for testing, as the city manager has acknowledged, and I think that I'll be monitoring this week to see folks' access to testing when folks are not able to go to school or go to work. This disrupts our economy, and we must get folks tested and negative and back to work and things on time. It's very complex, as folks know, the talk of the town in Milpitas this past week. That's sort of been the talk if you're paying attention, listening to it. So I think with the federal laws that have been passed where private insurers need to provide at-home testing, that's another thing to look for. But I will be keeping a close eye on it, and if needed, maybe our city will need to step in at a later date. Thank you. We'll go down here next to virtual raised hands, folks. We have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment and recognize staff for all their work on coordinating these testing sites. I know it's been a very stressful couple of weeks, increasingly stressful, I'm sure, but your efforts aren't unrecognized. And at the end of the day, I really do encourage our community to make the most of our testing services, as well as getting vaccinated and boosted. I will say that the vaccine works. the booster works. I think that, speaking on my experience, I would say that had I not gotten the vaccines, had I not gotten the boosters, I can only imagine how difficult it would be to deal with this right now. For me, so far, the symptoms have been incredibly mild, no more than the common cold, but I do credit the booster to that effect. So I encourage our community to get boosted, get vaccinated, get tested.
Very thoughtful. Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Next up with the virtual raised hand, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. First, I do want to express my gratitude and appreciation to all of our staff. You have all been the backbone of the city forever and ever, but I want to express that the last 2 to 3 months have been exceptional. There's a lot to do, and you guys have been able to rise up to the occasion and just know that it's not, the work doesn't go unrecognized, and we are nothing without you guys. So please stay safe. Take care of yourselves first. I highly encourage all directors, and I know that has already been something stated by the city manager, to please try to work from home if possible, and to definitely coordinate that. I want to express my appreciation to leadership. I know that it's hard. Staffing capacity is also impacting our city, and I want to thank our community. I've been out there volunteering my days, making sure that we could try to support our day staff with line control. And it's been a humbling experience to really hear the needs of our community and get to know our community, but most importantly, to be side by side with our staff. And so I also echo the sentiments, try to get boosted, get vaccinated. I personally recommend double mask at all times. If you can't get that N95, make sure that you're wearing one of these, or they come in blue, white, or black. Wear a fabric one. Make sure you wear the fabric one on the bottom and then this one on the top. It would be my recommendation. In my experience, that's what's keeping me safe in the last 2 years. I've been out in the public due to the nature of my job responsibilities of both jobs. And thankfully, I have not caught it. And so I do credit all of those safety measures. And so I urge you and your families to do the same. Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time.
And next we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I also echo what my colleagues have mentioned, especially Mayor Tran and Councilmember Fan and also Councilmember Dominguez. So, and I want to personally thank Steve, our city manager, and also our CIO. Our public director, public
Information officer.
Oh, that. I was right, CIO. So
Yeah.
Charmaine, because I asked for a flyer to disseminate the information about our COVID testing in Milpitas, and they were able to turn around and prepare that flyer, and it's going all over. It's been because I get a lot of questions, like my colleagues, they do too, about vaccination, and from a personal family experience, I know how hard it is to get one. And on a happier note, I just want to thank Councilmember Dominguez for the plan that I got today, and the card, and the balloons right here. Yeah, this was a happy birthday gifts from her. Thank you so much for your thoughtfulness. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor, and Happy New Year to everybody.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Happy birthday, Councilmember Chua. All right, moving on here. Announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris.
Got to start by first saying happy birthday to Councilmember Chua and Happy New Year to all of you. I'll go ahead and ask the questions. The mayor and council member, whether he or she has any personal or financial conflict of interest related to any item on tonight's agenda. We'll start with Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you, and Mayor Tran.
None.
Thank you. And then I'll also ask the mayor and council members to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicant on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. Thank you. And Mayor, if you'd like, I'd go ahead and on to the next topic.
Please.
Sure thing. So I'll go ahead and read the City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And finally, the city council will hold one another accountable to comply with the code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. All right. Let's see here. Moving on to the approval of agenda. Sorry, I'm going back and forth here on my computer. Let me pause real quick. Excuse me. Pardon me. Councilmember Chua. I'm gonna have to ask you to lower your virtual raise hand, please. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Gotta have order. Gotta have order. All right. Moving on. Approval of agenda. I really like the agenda. I want to thank staff. I feel like it's going to be a great year with every agenda being very awesome and sweet. So I don't see any requests from my colleagues. I'd like to move to approve the agenda and look for a second.
Second.
We got a second from Councilmember Chua. Let me pause here. I see a virtual raised hand. Councilmember Dominguez.
I was just going to ask, since we're moving back, I was going to say for the seconds, are you utilizing the hand or are we just going to say it? Just wondering.
Yeah, I know. A good question. Absolutely. Now that we're remote, we'll need to go to a individual vote down the line. That is the right course of action. Okay, great. All right, we got a second from Councilmember Chua, right? Okay, cool. We'll go down the line for a vote. We have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Chua. And so we'll go to Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself and I, the agenda is approved. Moving on to consent calendar. I want to take a moment here to just thank our city staff, directors, city manager's office. I don't think there was a time over my 5 years here that I've actually took a moment to thank the people behind the items on the consent. Oftentimes they're just on the consent calendar and it gets approved. And so I do want to take a moment for the first time to really just say thank you to everybody who has an item on the consent calendar. And I need to make that a habit. So the item may not be discussed, but truly it's tremendous value to all of us. So that's my new habit for the year, New Year's resolution. Thank you everybody for the items on the consent calendar. We'll go to my colleagues for any requests if they want to pull any items. And we do have a virtual raised hand. It's weird. Okay, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. C8. So that's the handbook, protocols and handbook.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's it.
Anything else?
Hold on. No, that's it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just noticed that on our consent, on the summary of the consent, that the one pager that we got, for some reason, the last couple of meetings, we don't state the amount. Like we used to say this project and X amount for this project, for this request. I haven't seen that on the summary of the consent calendar. So I would like to request to put that back, please.
The fiscal impact is what you're referring to, every agenda
Right.
item,
We used to have
agenda
that.
report. Mhm. Is that the
Okay,
agenda report?
it's the agenda, right?
The actual agenda? I'm not sure if,
No,
okay, yeah, you do.
yeah, we used
You
to
do.
have it, but
Okay.
for some reason, the last two meetings, we don't have it.
Okay, yeah, for transparency purposes, if we can, for any items, I mean, I'm looking at the consent right now. Yeah, like for example, consent item number 4, I know there's a $2+ million fiscal
Right.
impact. It'd be nice to see the fiscal impact in there for our
Right.
agenda. And so, yeah, going forward, as we have in the past,
Right, thank
let's
you.
get that. Let's get that
Thank you,
going.
Mayor.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, you know, just about our community who's watching. Next up, Vice Mayor Montano, back to you.
Mayor, so did I say C7? I meant, I mean, C8, I meant C7 for the handbook.
Okay,
C-
thank you.
yeah,
Yep,
Just a correction.
7, that is 7. Okay, great. I'll pull 4. I'll pull 4. Okay. All right, gotta stop everything again. Councilmember Chua, I'm gonna have to ask you to lower your virtual raised hand. All right, yep, that's.
Get used to it.
Oh yeah, I know. It's our first meeting back, folks. Hey, thanks for tuning in at home, folks, across Milpitas on your smartphone or tablet, computer, desktop, laptop, projector, big screen TV. I know some folks I know tune in to watch it on their big screen, so that's pretty neat. But thanks for tuning in, folks, to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. You know, way better than Milpitas Community Television. What channel was that? Channel 19?
I think it's 15,
It was 15, yeah, back in the day.
MTV.
MCTV, yep, MCTV, that was the one. It's a new time, and I love the engagement. And folks, come on, click on our Zoom link and join us. Okay, great. All right, that's it for the consent calendar. Seeing no further requests, and then I'll go ahead and move to approve the consent calendar, pulling items 7 and 4. Okay, need a second.
Second.
We got a second from Councilmember Fan. Thank you very much. And we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano,
Aye.
and myself is an aye. Thank you very much. The consent calendar is approved. Those items will go to the end of tonight in terms of sequence. Next up, we have item number 10. Introduce ordinance number 43.213, amending various sections of the Milpitas Municipal Code, Title 5, Chapter 100, traffic. Okay, and we have a couple folks here from our Department of Engineering, Mr. Steve Chan, our Transportation and Traffic Manager, and also our Chief of Police, Chief Jared Hernandez. Welcome, each of you.
Thank you, Mayor and member of City Council. Tonight we have the item number 10, introduction of ordinance number 43.23. Next slide, please. Can we back up one, please? Okay, Chapter 100 Traffic of the Municipal Code sets a requirement for auto, pedestrian, and bicycle travel on public street within the city of Milpitas. This chapter enables placement and operation period of traffic control devices such as traffic signal, regulatory sign, parking sign, and pavement marking. The traffic code also states the location of traffic signal, regulatory signs, and parking restriction in the city. Certain functions such as setting of one-way street, stop sign, parking restriction require City Council approval and adoption by resolution or ordinance. Next slide, please. Traffic code was last significantly updated in 1969. Majority of the duties related to traffic control devices are assigned to the Chief of Police. The code update have not kept pace with the increased number of traffic regulating measure installed on the city's roadway to manage traffic growth over the past decades. Code also includes outdated references to the California Vehicle Code. Next slide, please. For best practices, our neighboring city, including City of San Jose, City of Mountain View, City of Sunnyvale, have delegated authority to their staff with respect to traffic regulation implementation. Location of traffic control devices are also not included in their muni code. These cities are more quickly able to implement and enforce traffic regulation and devices in response to traffic changes. Next slide, please. Staff proposed updates to the traffic ordinance. This would streamline the administrative processes in response to changing traffic conditions, align ordinance to our organization structure, and also align ordinance with the California Vehicle Code. Next slide, please. For administrative processes, streamlining would include removal of location information for traffic control devices, such as regulatory signs, parking restriction area from the muni code. The location information would instead be made electronically available to the public separate from the code. And lastly, it would delegate the power and duties necessary for administration of the traffic ordinance to the city manager or his or her designee. Next slide, please. Alignment of ordinance to the organization structure will reflect the current operational practice, where use of traffic control measure are handled by the city's traffic engineer under the guidance of city engineer in coordination with the police department. Next slide, please. The following are updated example ordinance that aligns with the vehicle code. These include revising certain code section where stop sign, right-of-way sign must conform and be placed as provided in the California Vehicle Code. It clarifies that the city council may by resolution find and declare that privately owned roads are open for use of the public. And last example is modifies and updates provision regarding the inspection and registration of bicycles. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation tonight. I am happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chan. I had to unmute myself there. So, thank you very much, Mr. Chan, for the presentation. We'll go to the virtual raised hand. We have Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So Steve, I just had one question. Does this also include the greening, striping for the bicycle lanes?
Yes, it would include all traffic control devices, including pavement marking, which is like green bike lane you were referring to.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment. Let's just jump into public comment. Any virtual raised hands, folks? We're here for public comment. Okay, I see no public comment. Virtual raised hands, seeing none. Bring it back up to the council. Any virtual raised hands from our colleagues here? Go back to the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you. So I'd like to, following the city attorney's reading and allowed the title, move to waive the reading beyond the title and introduce ordinance number 43.213.
Second.
And now you got to do the segue to our city attorney.
Okay, city attorney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Montano. I'll go ahead and read the title of the ordinance. It's ordinance number 43.213, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending various sections of Title 5, Chapter 100, titled Traffic of the Milpitas Municipal Code. We'd just be looking for a motion to introduce that ordinance and waive further reading beyond the title.
So I make a motion to introduce that ordinance.
Second. Okay, we got a motion by the Vice Mayor, second by myself, after the reading by our fine city attorney, Christopher Diaz. And we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye, the motion is carried and agenda item 10 is approved. Thank you very much, Mr. Chan.
Welcome.
Yes, very efficient, very, very efficient. Yes. All right. All right. Thank you, Chief Hernandez. We know you're there as well. All right. Next up, item number 11. Let's review the list of agenda items requested from individual council members and provide direction to staff through the prioritization process on the items in groups 1 and provide additional clarification to staff, if any, on group 2 items. And we'll go to our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak. Hello.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Happy New Year. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. I'm also joined by Walter Rossman, our Deputy City Manager, as well as all of the department heads for this item in case you have questions. So we brought this item to you on December 7th, and similar to that, I'll be making a really brief presentation covering some of the key points, as well as the modified prioritization process. Since we have many items, 35 items in group 1, we do not have slides for each item, but we will be prepared to bring up the document with detailed information on any item you may want to discuss. So if we could go to the next slide, please. And so just briefly, background, as you're aware, this process began last January 2021 when City Council provided direction to staff to bring forward these individual agenda item requests on a quarterly basis for council consideration. And since then, we've had 2 prioritization sessions. The first one was done in 2 phases in February and March, and the second one in August. And council reviewed almost 100 agenda item requests and provided direction to staff. And so these items have either now been completed or underway. And if completed before our last prioritization in August, they're listed in attachment 3 of your packet. If still underway or completed since August, they're shown as group 4 items in attachment 1. And again, we did talk with you briefly about this item on December 7th, and we were directed to bring back the item with some modifications to the process, as well as to explore some further categorization of group 1 items to make it easier for council to review and vote. So if we could go to the next slide, please. And so here are some of the changes that we've made based on your directions. So group 1 items have been further categorized into 3 subgroups: ordinances and policies, projects and programs, and then there's some miscellaneous items. So you have 11 in the first group, 15 in the projects and programs group, and then 9 in the miscellaneous group. 3 items from group 1 were also moved to other groups based on a connection to additional work that was happening. So 2 items moved to group 3 and then 1 item to group 2. And the changes that we've made to the prioritization process, we are proposing a potential of 5 rounds, up to 5 rounds to get to a top 10 list. Round 1 will include all 35 group 1 items. Round 2, if needed, so if you don't get to a top 10 list, will include all of the items that do not receive 3 or more votes in round 1. That is, that they don't move to the prioritization list. And this is a significant change from the last time around. Council wanted all the items to stay on. So we've made that happen for round 2. If additional rounds are needed, what we are proposing to do is rounds 3 up to 5 if needed. Any items with 0 votes will be dropped off, but everything else will be continued on. And we do have the flexibility, Mayor and Council, to make changes to some of this if you so desire. Next slide, please. So again, to just quickly summarize, we have a total of 74 items. And again, we'll only be asking Council to prioritize group 1 items. These are items that have not been initiated. They will require more than 4 hours of staff time and may require additional funding or resources. Group 2 items are also not initiated, but we're not asking you to prioritize them because they will require less than 4 hours of staff work. Group 3 are items that are already underway or they're included in our work plans. And group 4 is something that's been completed or postponed, deferred, etc. And we've provided you some information for group 1 items, including the work effort, status, etc. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be prepared. We don't have slides covering each of those items, but we will be prepared to bring up the one-page write-up if you have questions. And again, and that's a typo, it should be 35 group 1 items, but we have 24 items where we have resources and costs for, and then 11 items that we may need some additional information or clarification from council on. If we could go to the next slide, please. And I briefly discussed the need for prioritization. So as you are aware, we did have about a 5% reduction in the workforce. We've had several new projects and programs added since the passage of the adopted budget because of ARPA funding, because of additional funds through our community development and block grant funding. Also, a lot of additional work related to COVID, as you're aware. So we do have limited staff capacity to take on these items, which is why we've set up the process so we can make sure that the highest council priority items continue to move forward. Next slide, please. And then again, just a little bit more on the process itself. So we'll start round 1. You should have the complete packet as part of your agenda packet, but we've also provided you with a worksheet if that makes it easier for group 1 items, as well as kind of a summary reference sheet for each of the items. And so you'll be asked to prioritize the top 10 items. You should be able to do the voting on your mobile devices. I believe IT Director NAM has reached out to you on the links and the process. We will ask for a brief break after round 1. It shouldn't take too long. We will display the results by individual council members for the public to view. Any items receiving 3 or more votes will move forward. And then if the number of items is 10 or greater, the prioritization process will be deemed complete at that point. And if the number of items is less than 10, we will move on to round 2. Next slide, please. And again, this is if round 2 is needed. So any at this point, we're not dropping off any items for round 2. So we'll have all remaining items that didn't make it to the list. We'll go through the same process as round 1. And again, if you don't get to top 10, we'll go on to rounds 3 to 5. The only difference would be that we're proposing any items that do not receive any vote. So 0 vote items would just be dropped off. And then at the end of this multi-step prioritization process, the items that do not advance through this, we are proposing that these be removed from the active list. They can, of course, always be resubmitted for the next prioritization discussion. Next slide, please. And again, for the fiscal impact for 24 of the group 1 items, we have total costs estimated at about 5.1 million. There's 11 items that we do not have the costs yet, but we can bring it forward if these are the items that move forward as part of the top 10. And we will try to incorporate items that can be accomplished within budgeted resources into our work plans. And the ones that cannot be, we will be bringing forward to you as part of the 22-23 budget process, which will actually be kicking off with the budget study session on January 25th. Next slide, please. And so here's the recommendation that we ask council to review the agenda item requests in group 1, prioritize them and provide us direction on any additional clarification or direction on group 1 as well as group 2 items. And with that, we can move forward to the voting process, or we can pause, Mayor, for any council questions and discussion. Thank you.
Gotta unmute myself. Thank you very much, Ashwini, for your work on this. We are here today. I think really 12 months ago, I had asked our city council to bring forth new ideas, innovation. Innovation is the key to our city. It's in our economic development brochures, and innovation is in all we do. And as public policy makers, I've asked for this council to be innovative. And time again, meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, month after month after month, this council has brought forward tons of new ideas, and we see it here. This is the agenda item for it. This is really a springboard tonight, this item, for innovation to happen in our city. For all the residents that are watching tonight, as a council, we will select the key cream of the crop for new policy making, new projects, and just a variety of new things. And to even capture all that, I want to thank our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak, for her work on that. I want to thank Daniel for putting together our digital voting system as well, and everybody that gave a helping hand. I'm so excited tonight to prioritize many of these items. We'll go to Councilmember Chua with the virtual raised hand. See, me and you, the microphone, yeah. Me and you. Oh, what's that? Your microphone. Yeah, your microphone, you gotta unmute yourself. Is there a button or?
Okay, I get used to it. Anyway, oh, Ashwini, thank you, Mayor. Ms. Kantak, what do you mean by dropping off items? Do they drop off they go to another category, or they go to nowhere land? Where does it go?
Thank you, Councilmember Chua, for the question. So what we're proposing and open to, we've tried to keep the kind of the back end really flexible. So we're happy to take direction, but here's what we're proposing. So rounds 1 and 2, nothing goes off the list. So round 1, you go through the voting. Let's say you have 6 items that get 3 or more votes. They go onto the prioritization list. And you still need to get to the top 10. All remaining items stay on the list for round 2, which is different from the last time around, and regardless of how many votes they get. And then because we've tested this out, and because there's so many items, this could go on for many, many rounds. So to help the process be a little bit more efficient, what we're proposing is from round 3 on, for every subsequent round, if there's items that receive 0 votes, so not even 1, but just 0 votes, then those would just go off the list. They would not be available for voting. And at the end of the process, anything that doesn't make to the top 10, we were proposing that it basically goes away and you restart. And again, happy to take other direction from council, but that's what we were proposing, because there's already so many items underway. And if we just keep adding more and more to the list, it's not realistically going to get done. So that's our proposal.
Okay, so that's clear. So to expedite, I think, because on group 1, I have items that I can take off. We don't even have to vote for it. You see what I'm saying? I can put it on deferred items. I think if all our council members will do that, if they have a group 1 item that they feel that is not a top priority for them, they can put it in another category for later, maybe next quarter. Okay, but on the other hand, I also have a couple of group 3 items that, because the group 1 items are your assumptions that are group 1 for all of us, but I have group 3 that I think should be on group 1, and I would like to put them there. Do you see what I'm saying?
So just a clarification, Councilmember Chua, group 1 items are the items that have not been discussed by the council as a whole. So they've not been initiated, and that's what we're asking you to prioritize. Group 3, you've already discussed before, and they're already underway. Like, you don't need to prioritize them. Those will get done. So you don't
Yeah.
need to revisit them or prioritize them. If there's additional clarification on any of the group 3 items, we're happy to provide information, but that doesn't need to be prioritized because council has already prioritized them in,
Oh.
previous sessions.
Yeah, but I have concern in terms of when you say group 3 and you're working on it. My concern is I don't think one or two items are not clear to me. So
Okay.
when do you want that discussed? Because I can go through that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
Um,
Up to
I
the
can-
council.
Okay. So is that okay, Mayor Tran? Can I just remove some items from the group 1 list so we don't have to vote for it?
Absolutely, that'd be great, actually. I just hope
Okay.
we'll be cognizant of that or mindful as we go
Right.
through the voting. Okay, this item is actually not there anymore. It's been removed.
Right. So if we can go for the
Maybe if
rest of the-
Daniel on his IT end can
Yeah.
possibly,
that would shorten the list.
yeah, if he can delete it on his end, we can refresh our page if it's that simple. But if it's not, I understand. Councilmember Chua, go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to remove item 15 on group 1. So we don't have to vote for it. But I will move item 49 to group 1. 49.
Right now, we're only looking at group 1.
Because I don't think it's clear. Can I ask Ashwini, why was this on group 3, 49? Because it's a request to resend the motion on 1355 California Circle.
Sure.
And then I'm sorry, and then the comment says staff is working with developer. That's not the request. The request is to bring this back to the full council to discuss, because I think there's some ambivalence or unclear on the direction of the council on November 2nd. That's my concern.
I have the same concern.
Oh, you do? Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Fan. So I'm just asking for this to be on the next agenda. That's all I'm saying. So we can remove this on group 3. Put it on the next council meeting agenda. How do I do, Chris?
You make a motion in the council
Okay,
and we'll agendize it 4 or more hours of staff time.
yes. Okay,
That's
can I do a motion now, Chris?
Go to Chris, sir.
Thanks, Mayor Tran, and thanks, Councilmember Chua. Maybe for the next meeting when we have future, I know it's already on the agenda, so it's tonight. I think if the council agrees they want to have this at the next agenda or something of that sort, I think we can take that direction and bring it back to you, assuming that city management agrees. And I don't think that's a problem for giving us just general direction as to what will come back to you at a future meeting.
Okay,
do
so
that.
move. So move.
I'll second that. I guess we'll go to the vote. I mean, we have a consensus, but direction is direction. So I'll second Councilmember Chua. We'll go to the vote to place that particular item related to California Circle on the next city council meeting agenda per the request of Councilmember Chua, as it will state on the agenda item per request of Councilmember Chua, requesting 4 more hours of staff time to explore that issue at California Circle. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you,
how we
Chris.
that's how we used to do it
Yeah.
5 years ago, and so it's okay. And, it's in the city council handbook actually. Peek in that city council handbook, you can see the function right there. So yeah, we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano,
Aye.
myself is an aye. Okay, there you go. There's that item. Okay.
It's done. Mhm.
Okay, great. I just want to be really brief here before I go to the vice mayor. I'm looking at I'm not on MySpace, I'm on the voting list here, but item number 1, that appears to me a code, building code or a code enforcement issue. I don't see how removing vandalism is outside of the core services that our city provides. Don't we have funding and full-time employees to contact property owners to remove these sorts of nuisances? How is that new?
It's the timeline, Mayor Tran. So we would have to change existing policies. It's the timeline, the within 24 hours.
Okay. So one of those property owners would have to remove the tagging, wouldn't they? Aren't they responsible for their own property?
Yes. Well, I mean, it depends how we structure it. So maybe Chris is coming on, so I'll let him speak to it.
Thanks, Stephanie. Mayor Tran and City Council. Yes, there is some existing regulations you do have in the code, and I'll admit it's been at least a month since I've looked at them, but it's not a 24-hour kind of requirement to clean up the graffiti. It's a little bit longer.
Yeah.
The city does give notice to somebody, gives them an opportunity to take care of it themselves. And if they don't do so, we might have the opportunity to go in and do it. But what we would need to research for this item is really looking at that 24-hour period. Is that enough due process? Is it enough notice to somebody before we charge them for removing graffiti that they have enough opportunity to do it on their own? So that would be the research associated with that item, just to see if you guys could shorten the time frame.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to put, I'm going to go to Deputy City Attorney. Walter, please.
Walter Ruxton, Deputy City Manager. I believe if we understand the item from Councilmember Dominguez correctly, the proposal is also to shift the work from the private property owner to the city staff to get agreement to do the work as quickly as possible within 24 hours.
Okay.
And this is where, Mayor, if I may.
Hello, are you there?
Yeah, just wanted to ask if I may add to the conversation.
Yes.
Thank you. So yes, this is the hard part, and Chris, maybe you could help us, because this is where it gets confusing, I think, because we have items, but we're not supposed to talk about them because they're not on the agenda. So I would love to explain this to everybody, but I don't know if that's going to do a Brown Act violation, but it's on the agenda now. So could I expand on that idea so people could understand?
Yeah, I think if there's general questions that the council has about the topic, it's fine to give brief responses, just as staff has done. So if there's a little bit more that each council member that's requested the item wants to share, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm looking at the code now, and yes, there is I think it's a 10-day notice now and a 10-day provision for potential removal. So this would just shorten it to 24 hours. So that's the research.
Perfect. So the reason why this came up, council, is because there is gang tagging that is occurring. And when crime happens, when there's either a 187, that means there's a hit on somebody. There is gang tagging that goes up sometimes with that person's name. It's already happened in the city. And it is, I could ask the chief to come on if you would like. But there is data that supports that this gang graffiti, if it's taken down within 24 hours, it helps to mitigate the territory gang issues that happen. And so it has happened in Milpitas. In this particular case, it happened with an AT&T box, and it took 10 to 14 days to get that graffiti down. In fact, a community member went out there and got it down because we did not have a policy that allowed the city to talk to AT&T. AT&T did have up to, our current policy is up to 10 days and some to take that down. So that is why I am bringing forward this policy to change that, so the city could have jurisdiction and then later bill AT&T in this case for the work that has been done. But the mitigation of taking the graffiti down within 24 hours does help combat crime, and even at times helps save lives, because this tagging really is an indicator of what kind of violence could happen in our community, and that's something that I want to prevent. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I just want to get back to the other items here too. I got a couple more. Let's see here. Item number 3, based on my experience here, I do think we have an annual master fee schedule day where we implement some of the fees that the city charges. And so I just think it'd be more appropriate for that item to happen during that meeting when we set the fee schedule. It's not this is not a innovative new item. This is something that we already have existing, that we're just changing the fees. I can recall as we sat in, I think, the master fee schedule meeting, when folks had concerns about the Milpitas Community Center auditorium rental fee. And it was at that meeting, which was more appropriate, where we proposed to lower the fee, pardon me, or to lower the deposit for our Milpitas families. And we did that then and then, there and then. So I just, you know, a lot of these items, they should be placed in those designated meetings. If there's a capital improvement project, we're going to bring it to the capital improvement program meeting. And this is what we've been doing every single year. I'm not sure why some of these items are here. Item number four, pardon me, point of order. And so item number 4, increasing the number of commission members from 7 to 9. That's routine business that can be put on consent. The commission already exists. We do have structures in place, the commission bylaws. Now, if there's some sort of ordeal that we must experience to increase the number of commission members from 7 to 9, please educate me. But maybe one more. You know, some of these are good. I do want to be fair and balanced. Item number 7 is good. You know, relates to number 8. You know, some of these are pretty darn good, but I just don't want the vote to get diluted. I'm pretty familiar with how elections work. And so the California Circle one is another one. We fund the planning department. I think we compensate our employees very competitively, and we show great appreciation and value, and they get things done. And that's just the greatest full heart I have to say. But, you know, things like California Circle should not really be on this list, whether this council prioritizes or not. It's still gonna happen. So those are my comments. I will vote because this is the second time we've seen this come back to the council, and I do think the final outcome can be the desire of the majority of this council. So next up is the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do agree with some of your comments, Mayor. I feel that staff should have, some of these items overlap, and I think that staff should have, you know, some of these, they didn't really have to be on this list. It could have been, they could have been, in my opinion, taken care of before they got on this list. But it seems to me that whatever recommendation we made or idea we had, or it just got thrown in here and without really, for example, you know, the commission number from 7 to 9. I mean, come on, it's not going to take a long time to do that. I mean, staff may say it is, but I disagree with staff. It's just one of those items that I think that it can be done. I mean, it's not, maybe it might take 6 hours. Okay, instead of maybe you're saying 4 hours. So, and that also brings to my mind, why the number 4 hours? Where did that come from? Why not
That's
6?
the city council handbook.
Why not 10?
Or
is it on the handbook?
Standard, very long
Well,
time.
yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's right. I did see that. You're right. That's one of the questions I wanted to ask,
I
actually.
always call it. I call out no matter who it is. I try to call it.
Yeah. And also, item number, the term limits. I know you had the mayor term limits and I had the city council. So that one could be combined for simplicity's sake, for time's sakes, even though it could still be categorized individually, you know, who is the author of that, but it could still be, to save time, that could still be combined. So I'm just wondering why some of these, they do overlap. Some of these do overlap. There's another one, I can't recall which one, but But anyhow, I get your point, staff, that we're just doing group number 1. We picked 10, and out of those 10, the majority, out of those ones that we pick are 10, that we will choose the majority of those. So I guess we're already in that phase. So I guess we're gonna have to continue how it's said, but I'm just throwing my thoughts out there for the next, maybe for the next round.
Thank you.
That maybe
No,
we can overlap some of these.
Yeah, and to be fair and balanced, our assistant city manager did say that, there, even at the end of the voting, we can still deliberate, we can still make considerations, we can still make changes. And so, I do want to take accountability for myself. This vote is not the end of it all. There will be some fluidity as presented to us. So I do want to recognize that and be fair.
Okay.
And so
Well, I have one more comment.
Yeah. All right. Well, 1 second. Let me finish. And so, but yeah, this really, this is a really good opportunity to share. Like, the city council is very well experienced now. When I first started, I think collectively the council had, 4 years of experience. And so now when I look at our city council here in 2022, it's more than 4 years experience. I think it's like 2 or 3 or 4. Maybe
I'm not
like
questioning it. I'm not questioning experience.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Okay, go on.
I'm just saying here, let me finish. I'm not even talking to you. Excuse me. I'm not talking to you. But I'm just saying in general though, like, this council's got a ton of experience now. And so when we receive these items, it's nothing like personal for me to say, hey, this item should be at this meeting, at that meeting's for. And, I'm not really, I got nothing within myself to try to say things like that, but this is just my experience being in all these meetings all these years. It's, I've been to every meeting 5 times at least. And so, my comments are just coming from our process of the way city government works. So I want to ask you to excuse me if anybody feels like, my comments are coming from somewhere it's not coming from. So it's just, we've been doing business here for a while now. So I appreciate everybody listening. Okay.
I got one more. I got one more comment.
Okay. Can you hold it? Can you hold it? Because I'm going down the line here. Okay. It's actually your turn. It is your turn. It is your turn. It is your turn.
So item 14, which is the citywide bike event, that's already in the Parks and Recs work plan. So I'm not sure why that's on there. So that's my last comment.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's that experience. That's that experience. Thank you. And if it is in the work plan, then I'm not going to vote for it tonight if it's already found a home. So Vice Mayor, I'm gonna have to ask you to lower your virtual raised hand, please. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. And next up, we have our Assistant City Manager, Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just wanted to provide a couple of clarifications in response to your comments and the Vice Mayor's comments. I think you already spoke to the 4 hours, which is kind of why we're using it's in the handbook. And there are overlapping requests, but they're not exactly the same. So again, we're hesitant to kind of combine requests from different individual council members. So we do track them as submitted. And I think at this point, these are all requests that were made by individual council members. We do not have any direction from the full council, which is why they stay on the list. You're right that they're very varied. One could be hundreds of hours and one could be 10 hours. And so that's something that maybe the council wants to think about, for the next prioritization process. Maybe there's sort of a different process for the ones that are up to certain hours, and only the ones that are above that go through this process. But that's something we could look at. But based on what we have today, this is kind of how we had to bring it forward to you. So just wanted to provide that clarification.
Thank you. And I acknowledge that, and I value that. And I mentioned earlier, just your ability to capture the items is very praiseworthy. So I just want to take a moment here. I know, Walter, I'll get to you one moment, but like item number 7 and 8, one's outdoor music ordinance for commercial use. and the other one is outdoor music ordinance for Main Street. I believe the vice mayor only proposed like a citywide outdoor music ordinance for for our commercial properties and businesses. I'm not sure if number 7 is citywide, then number 8 would not be necessary. Is there a certain legality that I'm not familiar with?
I think that was Councilmember Dominguez, and she may want to speak to it, but it was for a certain area, and the thought was if you had a certain area, certain hours, you wouldn't need any separate permits. So I'll defer to Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you
Let's go
very
with
much.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Ashwini, and that is correct. Currently, although there would be a citywide umbrella ordinance, this particular ordinance would be a little different than what the vice mayor proposed. This actually came from the need of at least 7 of the businesses on Main Street, where they're asking for a universal music ordinance with a subsidized option or some support from the city. As you know, it takes a very lengthy process. It gets really expensive. And so some of the other cities, example, Mountain View, Palo Alto, the city of San Jose, have implemented a program where if they're on the main corridor, they automatically get this outdoor music permit. And it does come with some support from the city, so they don't have to pay that extra permit fee, especially right now during COVID. And so it is a little different. And Mayor, I want to just kindly echo your sentiments. There's enough experience here. Personally, I do want to thank staff. In the city of Milpitas, we do things a lot differently, but I want to acknowledge and share with the public that most cities move at least between 16 to 20 policy during the year. And so if you see this list is at 35. So the reason is what's happening, I believe, in my personal opinion and my experience as a staffer, it does take a lot of time. And I know that sometimes it may look super simple on paper, but it takes hours of research behind. And right now we do have a capacity issue. And so what we're going to have to really look at is prioritization. Now, the conflict that I am seeing a little bit right here, or the challenge mostly, is that these ideas came through council. So we're not able to really say what the idea is unless, we go through each one, which could take a really long time. So to answer your question, in this particular 7 and 8, it is a very different policy, and a policy that does not exist and is not allowing our businesses on Main Street, and they would not capture the same needs as what has been proposed in number 7. So it's really to address some of those gaps, Mayor. Thank you.
I received the comments. I want to follow up by asking, you stated that there are 7 businesses on Main Street. Which ones are they?
Absolutely. So right now, tequilas? Shots is one that would be impacted. There is the G that would be impacted. Katsuma right next door is also impacted. Zahir's, the sandwich shop, and there is 2 more, I forgot their names, Indian restaurants further down on Main Street. The new gym would also like to have some music, Gym Elite, I believe it is. So these are some of those businesses that would be impacted, and they have expressed that they would love to have this music permit in place. I know that a lot of folks don't come to our meetings because they say it's really long, but there is the need out there. And so the need is there. There's a gap of policy, and that's why I'm proposing this for the council to consider, please, on the behalf of those businesses.
Okay, well, our Deputy City Manager, Walter, and then we're going to public comment. Walter.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify that the way we understand the bike event, which was brought forward by Councilman Dominguez, is very similar than what San Jose does with Viva la Calle, where San Jose basically closes down downtown for about half a day or 3/4 of a day, which means we need a lot of traffic regulations, signage, PR, marketing, etc. So hence, this is not yet an event we have planned for the city. It is not budgeted.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Let's go to public comment. Hey, folks, thanks for tuning in. You're here at the Milpitas City Council meeting. Certainly a very interesting agenda item. We're hearing a lot of diverse perspectives, and we'll be going to a vote shortly. But thanks everybody for tuning in. This is the public comment for the item. I don't see any virtual raised hands. Okay. All right. So let's go to the vote. That is my recommendation. Let's see how this works. I want to remind folks you have 10 votes, so vote accordingly. And there are a total of, in group one, 35 items, but I think we're taking an item out for Councilmember Chu, I believe. Is that? Yeah, so item number, what one was that again?
15.
15.
So Mayor Tran, it may be hard to take it out of the voting list and don't want to confuse people with different numbers. So if it's just one item, maybe everybody could just keep that in mind. If it's more, then we can look to see what we can do.
Got it. And we're going shortly here. I do see Councilmember Chua. Shortly here, we'll go to the vote. And I want to just remind my colleagues, if something doesn't get enough support, it doesn't mean that it's a bad idea or that persons don't support it. I think the fact that the item has made it to the list shows that there is good faith behind it, but we're only limited to the votes we have. So let's go to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just wanted to remove another on the list, so keep it simple. See, provide commissioners with appreciation gifts. I only asked for sweaters, and we didn't do any appreciation for the commissioners for the last 2 years. So I would think we have that budget for staff to do these kinds of things, and also the amount of money we spent on dinner or everything else that we have to set up for those commission dinners for the commissioners. I think it's already in there. It's already in the old budget. I would like to remove this and just do it.
Yeah, let's remove it. And, I would encourage folks, never mind. I don't want to dilute the vote, but I think for me, speaking upon myself, I'm really not going to vote for items that I think will be passed anyways or conducted anyways. You brought up a point about the commissioners. Yeah, we got to show our appreciation. The budget for the luncheons that didn't happen, that might be around. There's a whole bunch of commission appointments that were made tonight. And I think folks on the third floor will tell you, retention for our city commissioners is key. We cannot operate as a city without our commissioners. These are necessary appointed government city officials. And so, for me, I'm not going to vote on items I think that are going to pass anyways. I'm looking for those items that need a vote. So, removing items or not, I think we're at a good point now. Let's go ahead and vote. We've been waiting for this one. It's 2022. Let's do it. Okay, so we'll go to Ashwini. We'll go ahead and get started.
Yes, I think if I can have IT Director Nam just let you know when the round's ready.
Thank you. Folks watching at home, yeah, we got this website. There it is. You kind of see it on my smartphone. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and vote here on our phones. Technology is great here. Who would have thought Silicon Valley would be what it is today here in Milpitas? But we're going to go ahead and vote from home. Folks are at home voting, and we'll go ahead and vote. And so if you're watching the meeting and we're voting. Okay, great. Here we go.
Is that a question for Dan?
Oh, yeah. Ask away. The floor is open right now.
So on my computer, it only has, because I'm using my laptop, it only goes to CC 35. Is that where it ends?
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
You gotta keep track of your votes too. Once you hit the plus, there's no count. So just keeping, I might have to write this down.
Yeah.
Mayor Tran, it will tell you though how many items. You should be able to see that, how many you've selected. If you go over, it'll tell you that. And you can also unselect if you change your mind with the recycle bin icon.
At the bottom, perhaps. Okay, it's at the bottom, yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that. It's a little different from what we did last time, but this works.
Question for staff. Will the items that we select become public for the public to see what we selected?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Really quick here, I got a question for our assistant city manager. Item number 20, murals for pillars on Main Street. Would that be a part of our mural program, or would that be an expansion of it or separate? I believe we have a mural program in process. We unveiled it during the holidays.
Yeah, I can speak to this, Mayor.
Okay.
So yeah, the council did approve in October a policy, a mural program policy, give us direction to do certain types of murals. So what we are suggesting, if you would like to advance this pillars program, we would exchange it with the other programs that you currently have directed us to do.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand. So would that be through the mural program? That's
It will
already
be part of the murals. It will be part of the murals program, but exchanging the work which you have directed us to do with the pillars.
exchanging the work.
So basically, the murals program says today that we will solicit 4 murals. We get 4 murals done every year, and in lieu of doing the 4 murals, we will do the pillars, because it requires a lot of
Instead of
work.
actual murals.
Correct, because we need to coordinate with Caltrans. We need to establish contracts. We need to work with the school district. So the work effort is more than the annual mural program currently provides for.
Okay. How many pillars are we talking about?
I currently believe, Renee, can you jump in, please? I think they're 11, but I'm not sure.
Yes, good
Can
evening,
I- can
Mayor.
I
City
add-
Council
add
is 12
that
pillars.
conversation?
Point of order. I think we're going with city staff right now. Okay, city staff once again, please.
Oh, yeah, excuse me, council members and Mayor, thank you. It was 12 pillars that were proposed as part of the council referral request.
Okay, great. That's a wonderful number, right? I just think contacting these property owners, I just could call the state assembly member or VTA. We have a rep on the board, the vice mayor, and I just not
requires right-of-way agreements approved by both parties.
Okay.
Allows who owns the mural. So there's a
Okay.
property right issue, and I'm sure the city attorney can speak more to that.
Okay, that's all. That's all the information I wanted to hear. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Oh, no, I just wanted to, the pillars that I was referring to were on the transit area, and not all 12, but a few of them. So, because that's like the new destination, if you will, for the transit area. When it becomes fully developed, I'd like some
Got
murals
it.
on some of those pillars.
I heard enough. Thank you. Yeah. All right. I like that. Let's see here. Well, the
I had
list
a
gets
quick-
pretty good. Yeah, list gets pretty good. Yeah. Okay,
Can I-
Vice Mayor.
I have a question for staff. So on item 23, purchase a building on Main Street, that's what I would like. Or it could be lease. It doesn't have to be to buy. It could be lease. But isn't that a CIP item? Or do I just wait till we go through the CIP budget?
That's correct, Vice Mayor. And right now, we're looking to see if this is something that the council would want staff to spend time on to even,
Oh.
develop some information to bring forward. So that's all we're looking for.
Okay. Thank you.
for item number 34, what kind of staff time is involved or fiscal impact?
And could you scroll down? I just want to make sure I have the right. Is that the appreciation?
Yes.
Walter, did you want to speak to that one? I don't remember which one of us had it. So Mayor, we had thought that it would be, I mean, each commission has a $1,000 budget. So we weren't looking for additional funding. And in fact, in your worksheet, it shouldn't show any additional funding needed. It would just be staff time coordinating with the staff liaisons, with all of the commissioners and figuring out what we're getting them, which would put us over the 4 hours, given the number of commissions we have. So again, it's one of those that's just slightly more. And if it's something council wishes to agendize separately or give us direction, we'd be happy to move forward with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I'm a Milpitas High booster, athletic booster, and I kind of get the whole distribution of sweaters and things, apparel, and I just okay. All right. All right, I got seven. I'm going back up the list now. Okay, here we go. Let's see. I got 7 good ones. I got 3 more left. Here we go.
So a question for Ashwini. Ashwini, so I don't see the one for the term limits. Is that because it's on?
We
group
already
two?
got direction on that. It's just we're waiting for the new city attorney, to move.
Okay. Okay, one more. Thank you.
Oh man. Yeah, I just think like item number 25, theater for performing arts. I got to decide on that at the CIP meeting. It's like the softball field. It's like the skate park. I was there, we had the skate park and the snack shack. I can't vote on that right now because that should be at the CIP meeting. This is out of line with how we do business.
So Mayor,
yeah.
If I could just, again, I know we're kind of getting into, so we're not saying that this is something, if council votes on, just moves forward. All we're asking is this something we should spend more than 4 hours on and put some information together to bring it forward as part of the CIP?
Okay, I'm sorry. This is just different from what I'm accustomed to throughout the years. I just try to be organized and like do a certain thing on a certain day. Like my taxes, I gotta do my taxes pretty soon. It's like, I'm gonna wait till I approach April once I have all my paperwork, and then there's a certain time frame I do my taxes. I just, and that's for that part of the year. And I just, and we have that meeting will be happening. So,
yes, and if this becomes a priority item, Mayor, we will bring it forward as part of the budget discussions this year.
Okay. I may not even vote for 10. I may vote for 7. Because I just want to be consistent.
So I had a question to Ashwini. So if I made a mistake on one,
yes,
how do I do to get rid
you
of it?
just click on the recycle bin item, the icon, and it'll go back to the list, and you can select a different one if you want.
Oh, I don't see a recycle bin.
You scroll all the way to the bottom.
Well, I'm using
Vice Mayor Montano, if it was already submitted, we will have to reset the vote and have to submit the 10 items.
I already submitted it. That's why. And then I'm looking back and I go, oh, darn it. For some reason, there was one here that I didn't vote on it. I mean, I didn't want it. I don't know how I got on here. So,
Vice Mayor, if you would like to write down the number so it's easier for you to re-vote, we can reset this round for you. and then you can
Okay.
resubmit.
All right, that sounds good.
Okay,
Is it
please
just
let
for
me
one
know.
person or for all of us?
Please let me know once you're ready to reset.
Daniel, will the vice mayor have to now vote again with all the 10, or are you saying you can do it if she lets you know the item?
Um, we will have to
So the one-
resubmit all 10 items.
Okay.
Oh, because it's item 6, CC6, the 6-foot social distancing. I didn't want that because the county is already, well, I mean, they supersede our ordinance, so it doesn't make any sense to put that in there. So you're saying, so, okay, I'll just go ahead and then when I'm done, okay, I'm done. So with it,
All right.
Daniel.
Sure, we'll reset you around, and if you could resubmit 10 items again, that'd be great.
I'm done. First? No,
Okay.
maybe not.
Vice Mayor Montano, your
think I gotta go back.
round has been reset. So if you could resubmit,
Okay.
that'd be great.
I'll have to go back to the very beginning.
While the testing is going on, another example is the request. We had an agenda item recently at the end of last year about public works personnel. There is a request. And so what do we do with the request? We move that item to the mid-year budget. I think that's the right meeting for those type of new requests. So that's just an example. While folks are taking the test, I just want to share my thoughts. I know we don't spend a lot of time together. And so we are on an agenda item where we're discussing prioritization. So it's really an opportunity for me to speak to the community as well. Everybody that's watching, hundreds of watchers, thank you. What's up, everybody? Like the request I had.
Hey, Dan, I don't see it. Can you resend it? Sorry.
If you could, if you refresh your browser window, it should reset for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Really at the end of the day, whether we take circling around the building or going through the building, we're gonna get to our destination. And that's how I feel with these items. There's no inundation. I know this is a hyperactive, very competitive council that's really my intent. And but I think really the end point for all of us will be really great for the city and our community. And I just call me old fashioned. I don't know, but I just there's other example of proposals that have not taken this course of voting, rather just went to the right mid-year budget meeting or proper meeting. When I had the snack shack idea with then Councilmember Nunez, we just waited until the CIP meeting and then kind of proposed it. So some of these items that don't get through tonight, it's fine. It's the voting system, but I will be proposing it at the meeting. If I'm sitting at the CIP meeting, I'm going to propose a CIP idea proposal. So, but enough of that from me. But interestingly enough, I only voted on 7 things. So it's like, I'm complaining about something that I should have nothing to complain about. I've literally prioritized, I think, 7 items, and they're a high quality. So I really can't complain right now, actually, while everybody's voting. Just want to keep folks entertained, but yeah, I still got my high quality votes. So I really can't complain about this process tonight. I got everything I needed with some room to spare. So
I'm done.
Okay, there you go. There's another person. All right. And take your time, Vice Mayor. I don't want to rush you. We should never rush. Urgency is always the way to go about. Never rush, but always have a sense of urgency. I learned that as a young UCLA student some years ago from the legendary championship coach, John Wooden. Many quotes I still remember from college.
Okay,
Okay.
done.
Okay, there we go. There's another person. Let's check in.
10 out of 10.
Okay, perhaps Evelyn, Councilmember Chua. Councilmember Chua, you over here on the phone. What are you doing?
I'm done, Mayor.
Oh, okay. Then you wait on us, huh? Okay. Tell
Yeah.
them you gotta go. You're in the council meeting.
No, this is Daniel.
Oh,
It's Daniel. I'm doing
oh, okay.
official business here.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. All right. All right, Councilmember Fan. Okay, that's a nod. Okay, we got everybody. Here we go. Get the drums going. We'll go to our Assistant City Manager, Dr. Meany, please.
Yes, Mayor Tran, if you just give us a couple of minutes while Daniel and his team pull the results together, we will have them displayed by each council member as well as a summary. And this is just to remind everybody, it's going to be any items with 3 votes or more will make it to the list. And depending on how many we get to, we will have to go to a second round. If we get to 10 in this one, then we're done. Okay. So we have 7 items. Is that, I'm not sure
This
what.
is,
Okay.
these are the
Tran.
results for Mayor Tran. These are the items that he voted on. So he voted for item 2, 7, 19, 20, 22, 24, and 29. And Vice Mayor Montano voted for 2, 4, 7, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 29, and 31. And Councilmember Fan voted for 1, 5, 6, 9, 12, 16, 22, 26, 28, and 35. And Councilmember Dominguez voted for 1, 2, 8, 10, 11, 14, 21, 22, 26, and 33. And Councilmember Chua voted for 2, 4, 22, 24, 29, 31, 34, and 35. And the summary of the votes, there were 4 that received 3 votes or more. Number 2, 22, 24, and 29. So now I believe we're going to go on to the second round of voting. And then we'll be voting on the 35 items again with no dropping off.
31 items.
31, yeah.
Yes.
Because the 4 items are here.
That's correct.
All right, I'm ready to vote. We hit refresh, or how does this?
Yes, please
Yes.
refresh your browser so you get the second round of voting.
Okay, all right. So just once more for precision, we're voting on how many items?
You're voting on 31 items since 4 of them are already on the prioritization list and all the
So-
remaining are here.
So 6.
6, okay.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
you're
A total
Got
of
it. I'm ready to do this. I'm
Mayor
ready.
Tran,
Yes.
can we ask for support on our?
No.
No?
Let's look at-
I
no.
mean, for all the
Well, I
council
think
members?
Folks
No.
have seen, we've already looked at the voting
Okay.
results, so you could probably just look at what other people voted on across the
Yeah.
dais and then, vote. And then also you're not mandated to vote. You can make 1 vote if you want.
Mhm.
That's the rules. And so you're not forced to vote on something you don't want to. We have, I believe, 6 votes right now. And so you don't have to use all 6 if you're not comfortable to each person. So we'll see how many I have, but all right, here we go.
All right.
Here we go.
Okay.
This is actually
I'm
going
waiting.
pretty well.
Staff, I have a question.
Yes.
So how many items should we be seeing on our screen right now? 36?
31.
31. Okay,
Yes.
awesome. And
And
then,
you're
yeah,
voting for 6 items out of the 31.
okay. And then by not utilizing all 10 votes, wouldn't that just be, I guess it would shortchange an idea, right? Because we would want to try to get as many as ideas through. Wouldn't that be the goal?
I think that depends on council
Okay.
as a whole. I mean, they may not consider a high 10 items a high priority. So
Understood.
yeah,
Okay.
you have
Perfect.
the flexibility to do that. And just as a reminder, I know there's a lot of items in this round, but then starting next round, anything that gets 0 votes will drop off. So hopefully you'll have a shorter.
Okay, so I should be
subject.
seeing, so 35 is what I should be seeing.
31.
31. I see 35.
Oh, so they're not, you'll see like CC2 is not on here. So it's a total of 31 items, but the numbers don't change. They stay the same.
Understood. Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Where is that big Daniel? Daniel?
Yes, Councilmember Cho.
Where is the thing?
I think your mic is on.
I know.
There's an echo.
I'm trying to do that. Where Oh.
Okay, all right, I'm done.
Let me see, I made a mistake again, so I should have checked it. I thought it was a different one, so I have to refresh it.
Did you submit it already, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, yes, I did. That's why I
Okay,
just
so
said that.
then
Should've-
IT will send you, will reset it,
Another
and if
one?
you can
Okay.
refresh it. Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that, Dan.
While folks are voting, I'll tell a little story.
Okay.
It's a fun process. Thank you, Ashwini. It is a fun process. It is a fun process. And thank you, Daniel, for the technical. But usually I'm not the first to finish tests. Admittedly, as a grade school student years ago, as a child, I was always the last. I was always the last to finish tests. I was just, I'm one to take my time and review. I think that's what really got me through a lot of different tests in life, whether it be as a child or in City Hall. You know, every day in City Hall is a test. Every city council meeting is a test. And I always review everything I'm doing. I just am never one to just get it at one shot. I always, you know, after council meetings, I actually turn off my screen, or I'll go home from City Hall. And once I get home, I'll watch the meeting. It'll be posted on YouTube, and it's pretty neat because when I started at City Hall, you know, I'd have to wait for IT to process and upload the meeting onto the city website. So I love it how we have the meetings on youtube.com instantly, Facebook instantly, and I'll go back to the meeting and I'll listen to Ashwini, or I'll listen to Councilmember Chua, and I'll, you know, try to improve on some of the things I could have done better on. So it's a test, and I'm always trying to get better. So I just see a virtual raised hand. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. Staff, I'm so sorry. Do you mind resetting mine? I wanted to delete one and I accidentally sent it in. Thank
Sure,
you.
no problem.
Thank
Councilmember.
you.
Yeah, that's my story. And yeah, just you know, just always take your time and review your work. And then so your next test, you know, do better and just try to get better every day. And that's what we're doing in City Hall. So it's been really great. Thank you for listening to my test story. All right. What else I got? Thanks for tuning in, folks, all across Milpitas. Some feedback here. Getting a lot of comments from residents who tune in, especially during the beginning of the pandemic. Folks were really watching. It was a pretty neat thing. And it makes sense. Folks were really counting on the city government and all governments to look after them. During the pandemic, there was just so much communication towards the government, right? Folks were watching White House every day, and then they would tune into our city. And it's just it still is an incredible thing to be a part of. And looking back one day, I'll be really thankful and appreciative to have served during this time and to have been there for residents that were looking to their government for assistance and support. So folks are still tuning in today. Folks like to read the media, and then they try to keep up with the affairs of the council, and folks tune in, and it's easily accessible. I remember there's a time I brought my own tripod into the council chamber, and I was filming the council meeting. Some members that are here today were there back then, but that was the first time we had Facebook live stream for the city council meeting. The sound was horrendous, but that was the first time. And now I don't even have to do anything. I just kind of look at the screen. It says live in red. So huge leaps and bounds here for the transparency of our city hall. Okay, anybody done?
Everyone is done.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry.
So I will read the results of round 2. Mayor Tran voted on item 7, 17, 19, 20, 31, and 34. Vice Mayor Montano voted for item 4, 7, 19, 20, 23, and 25. And Councilmember Fan voted for item 1, 6, 9, 12, 28, and 35. And Councilmember Dominguez voted for item 1, 8, 10, 11, 16, 26. And Councilmember Chua voted on item 20, 34, and 35. And the votes are, I don't know why it's showing it like that. Let me minimize it. Pull it out. Sorry about that. No
great.
items were added this round. So the next voting round, everything with 0 votes will drop off, and then you'll be voting again for 6 items.
Wasn't this the same as the old one?
Isn't this the
Yes,
first round?
nothing received
Yeah, that's the
2 or more votes this
Oh.
second round.
Can we see the second round votes, please?
Could we take another look at that, Wendy? Because I'm manually counting these. And we see item 20 has 3 votes. And that may be the only item that looks like it has 3 votes.
Wendy, if you could refresh the screen, please.
Oh, okay. Thanks for tuning in, folks. It's the pandemic city council meeting. This is how we're doing it. Thanks for tuning in, folks.
Okay, so
We're doing our best here.
It's one item. that
one
got-
item was added.
Just the one item.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the next round, the 0 votes will be dropped off, and then you'll be voting on 5 items.
Okay.
So if we can have, let council know how many items will be available for them to vote.
Yeah, we'll let staff calculate it and update it and refresh it, and our council will stand ready.
There will be 19 items that will be available to vote on. So 11 items have dropped off.
Okay. Please let us know when we have the green light.
The voting should now be open.
Thank you. Okay, 5. Okay. 5 to choose. Okay. All right. I guess I'm done. Kind of voted along the same items, so it just wasn't too hard. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'll speak to the community here while we got time, organization as well. And, a year ago when we had our first meeting, you saw a flurry of activity coming out of future agenda items and new proposals. And that was intentional. And it was intentional for the whole year. But this is just to bring it up here, we are in our first meeting of the year, and I don't hear any new proposals. So I think everything I've encouraged our council to do has been very deliberate. There's no way we can just keep bringing up items and it's just impossible. So it's no coincidence today that there are no significant future agenda items. And I do want to take a moment here. We do have our participants, our directors. I know I'm talking to you all. I try to pretend I'm in that chamber and you all are in the seats and we're all in there together. But it's going to be another great year. Efficient meetings. Let's reflect on last year really quick. It was wonderful now, time-wise. And so more of the same this year. Maybe less future agenda items. All right. Virtual raised hand. Councilmember Dominguez.
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you very much. So yeah. We'll approach all community needs here in 2022. But I just think as a council, it's going to be pretty nice. There won't be an abundance of items. I think folks got those new proposals and new future agenda items out their system. And we'll be smooth sailing this year. I'm really looking forward to just really efficient meetings, high quality. Now that we're really locked and settled in here on the council, year 2 of this group. Okay, how's everybody doing? Okay, let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Okay, here's a third. Okay, a couple more. Councilmember Fan, perhaps? There's the nod. And Councilmember Chua.
I'm done.
All right, take us away, staff. And we're calculating.
Share the screen. This is round 3 for Mayor Tran. Voted on items 7, 17, 19, 31, and 34. Vice Mayor Montano for round 3 is 4, 7, 23, 25, and 31. And Councilmember Fan is 9, 12, 26, 28, and 35. And Councilmember Dominguez is 1, 10, 11, 16, 26. Councilmember Chua is 31, 34, and 35. And there was one item added, number 31. So now we will go on to round 4. And you will be voting for 4 items. And there are 16 items to vote on. 2 items were dropped off.
Okay.
And round 4 is open.
All right, I got mine. Yeah, it's a high producing city council. I'm sure if we look back on the city council minutes, going back in almost 68 years now. I hope we got a birthday celebration for Milpitas. It's coming up now, just saying. But we're about to be 68 years of age here in the city of Milpitas, and city of Milpitas' birthday is coming up this month, and so soon we'll be 70. It's pretty. It'll be a good time, but we are one of the highest performing councils of our city's history. And if folks can go back to meeting minutes going back to 1954, you'll see that we're one of the most highest producing councils in the history of the city. And so that's something to be proud about, I think, as we vote here and folks are watching at home. I hope that we're pushing out high quality public service to our community, and that we can be an example for small cities across the nation. I know everything I've been a part of, I've always wanted to be fully active and perform optimally. Every organization I've been in, every campus I've been on, and every business that I'm looking to do. And one day, maybe when the city turns 100, we may not be serving anymore, but we can be proud and say that, hey, we had the all-time records. We put up the most public service compared to other councils, compared to other administrations. And so that's why we're here tonight. And, one day we'll be back doing this again. So I see the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I love this process. And I just want to say, staff, you guys did an amazing job. And to our community, please pay attention to those final votes. If you see that last screen, I think that's very useful information. And I couldn't be happier today. So thank you so much for all. This process is amazing. I think that this is definitely it's very forthcoming of information, and I couldn't be more excited. So with that, I am done. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Great. How's everybody else doing?
I'm done.
Okay, that's 3.
We're all set.
Okay, take us away.
All right, Vice Mayor Tran.
Whoa. Disregard.
17, 19, and 34. Vice Mayor Montano, 4, 23, 25, and 35. Councilmember Fan, 4, 9, 28, and 35. Councilmember Dominguez, 1, 7, 10, and 28. And Councilmember Chua, 19, 34, and 35. One item was added, number 35. So now we will go on to round 5, and you will be voting for 3 items. There's a total of 16 items to vote on. that right?
No,
No.
can be.
There's 11
No.
total to vote on. 4 items have dropped off.
And just a reminder for council, this is the last round we had proposed, round 5. We have the ability to add additional rounds, but we'll wait for direction from council. But this was, our proposal was just to do a maximum of 5 rounds.
And the voting is now open.
Thank you, thank you. And perhaps we may not even reach 10. I don't think we're discounted from that possibility. So, okay. Let's see. 3, okay. This is so hard. Okay. Yeah, it's hard, to the public, when you got a whole bunch of elected officials and there's a vote to be done, we're always going to try to ensure the, what do they call it? What's that, Vice Mayor?
Question for staff.
Okay.
So 34, we're not including that because we already decided that's a given that the appreciation gifts are going to be given, right?
I think that's what the council talked about, but obviously it's gotten at least 1 vote. That's why
I know. That's why I was wondering why it got voted on, because we already decided it was gonna. The mayor decided. Well, we all did actually.
Well, I just voted on it. That was me. So.
No, it was Chua and you.
Okay.
Okay, so that means I got 1.
I feel like, I have every commissioner's address. I got money. I can buy them things and mail it to them myself, but, I just understand the task of the appreciation gifts. And, me being in Milpitas, I actually drive to people's houses and drop off things. It's just the proximity is very convenient. I think the idea for that item is just, giving some appreciation. So, who do we have before on city staff? They retired.
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm done.
She used to always be great with that. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, great. Let's do it.
Okay. 5th round, Vice Mayor Tran.
There's Mayor Tran. Yeah, Mayor Tran.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I apologize.
I will not be the vice mayor ever. Okay.
My apologies.
No, you're fine.
Item 23, 25, and 34. Vice Mayor Montano, round 5, 4, 7, and 23. Councilmember Fan, 9, 28, and 34. Councilmember Dominguez, 1, 10, and 28. Councilmember Chua, 7, 19, and 34. And there was 1 item added, which was the item 34.
The one time I don't vote for the outdoor music ordinance. Yeah. Well, can we have 1 more vote? I mean, we got 2 more opportunities. Let's keep we go to Ashwini. She's the ref. Okay, Ashwini's the referee. we do have two more items that are for our capacity here. Or can we request to keep voting?
Yes, we can do an
Okay.
additional round. I'm just gonna check in with our IT director to see if we are set up for that or if you need a few minutes, Daniel.
Okay. Understandable.
Daniel.
Yes, so Srini, we're getting it ready.
Okay,
It is ready now.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So there will be 2 items that you need to cast votes for. There are 9 items that you can vote from and 1 item dropped off.
It's a great learning experience. You can really see each council member and sort of some statistics and a little bit of data to show patterns. Okay. And Ashwini, I think you're doing a great job on this item. As complex as it is, I think folks are enjoying it. So that's a sign it's going well.
Thank you,
But yeah.
Mayor. It's very much a team effort and lots of people helping, and big kudos to IT for putting this
Oh
together.
yeah, absolutely,
custom
absolutely.
built. So thank you.
Okay, done.
Okay. I think we have staff monitoring the vote summary, and there it is. Okay.
Okay, Mayor Tran, vote for round 6 is items 7 and 23. Vice Mayor Montano, item 6 vote was for 4 and 7. Councilmember Fan was 4 and 9. Councilmember Dominguez was 1 and 7. Councilmember Chua was 7 and 19. Final vote, we added 1 more item, item 7.
Yeah. Okay. We've made it this far. I don't know, folks. 1 more to go. We got to finish it. Attention
let's
to
do it.
detail. We have to finish it.
Yeah.
So much work, like Ashwini said, has been prepared into this item. We have to do our part. We always have to cover what we need to, our responsibilities for staff. So let's do 1 more, hopefully.
Okay, so you'll be casting 1 vote. There are 5 items to vote on, 3 items dropped off, and the voting is now open.
A lot of Main Street action on tonight's agenda item, if I do say. A lot of Main Street action. I think that's a sign. We haven't seen this much Main Street action in many of my years on the council, and so a tremendous reflection on the city council as well as city staff. We'll wait. Yeah. Okay.
Mayor Tran, round 7, selected item 23. Vice Mayor Montano. Item 4. Councilmember Fan. Item 9. Councilmember Dominguez. Item 1. Councilmember Chua. Item 4.
Hmm.
No items were added this round.
I think we could do one more, just one last vote. Do we eliminate any items, perhaps?
Let me check with IT.
Okay.
And Ashwini, I just wanted to confirm if this is correct, and this is what I'd like the council to do, but tell me if this is not correct with your planned approach. I think once we get a solidified list from these kind of preliminary votes and we're able to see obviously how each council member voted tonight, what I'd like the council to do is probably take public comment and then do a motion just on the list that's before them that got final based on this preliminary voting. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
yes, one item was dropped off. So there's a total of 4 items to vote on, and you can cast 1 vote, and the voting is now open.
Okay, that was a quick one. Hopefully this one does it. Let's go to public comment. We have Voltaire Montemayor. Let's see if we could squeeze Mr. Montemayor in here, unless IT may want to have us wait. Okay, I see some mic action. No one has spoken tonight, so let's go 2 minutes. Okay, Mr. Montemayor.
You hear me? This is Voltaire Montemayor.
Welcome, welcome. Yes.
Sorry, I was late. My future daughters-in-law or daughter-in-laws came and with my son. So anyway, that's my explanation why I was late.
Was it Ben?
Yeah. As we go along with this, there may be some insertion of these priorities. Like I always want Milpitas to have a popularity contest. I have all the sports contest, building of a bigger stadium, and more. I think that's all I can say. There may be some insertion someday, or I didn't know the whole list. So first of all, this is a very nice process. It's fair. I could say it's fair, and everybody, I could see smile. So we're all enjoying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. Okay, great. Let's go back to staff. Yeah.
Like bingo.
Okay. Okay.
So Mayor Tran. Item 4. Vice Mayor Montano's vote was for item 4. Councilmember Fan's vote was for item 9. Councilmember Dominguez voted for item 1. Councilmember Chua voted for item 4. So 1 additional item was added to complete the list of 10, and item 4 was added.
Thank you, Wendy.
We did it. Yeah. Only 8 rounds. It could have been worse, folks. It could have been worse. Okay. Thank you, Wendy. Yes. Okay. Staff, carry us away, please.
I think Attorney Diaz wanted a motion on these 10 items.
Oh,
Mayor.
now. Okay, sure.
Well,
Yeah,
we
this will be
finished
the-
public comment already. I don't see any other hands raised, so.
Okay, I see from a panelist, Vice Mayor Montano.
So I make a motion to approve the selected items from the city council.
Second.
Okay, We'll go to the vote. Do we have a motion from the Vice Mayor, second by Councilmember Dominguez? All in favor, Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself and I, the motion is carried for these items to be approved to move forward as the cream of the crop here in Milpitas.
Can I just clarify that the vote was for item 2, 22, 24, 29, 20, 31, 35, 34, 7, and 4?
Yes. Okay.
I might, Mayor, may I just maybe correct one? You mentioned 20. Wendy, can you check and see? I believe that was 21 on round 2. That was the one we had trouble on. It was 21, not 20.
So is that 10 items or 11 items?
No, she counted 10 items, but she mentioned for round 2, I believe 20, when it was actually number 21.
This was the list that we
Can you
had.
repeat that again? Can you repeat that, Wendy, again?
Sure. Well, I was going off of the list of results.
Yes. Can you please bring up the list of items?
Yes. So this was the list of items, was 2, 22, 24, and 29, 20, 31, 35, 34, 7, and 4.
And is it possible for us to go back to round 2 results?
Yes. So this was round 2 with 7, 17, 19, 20, 31, and 34.
Right.
For Mayor Tran. For Vice Mayor Montano, it was 4, 7, 19, 20, 23, and 25. For Councilmember Fan, it was 1, 6, 9, 12, 28, and 35. For Councilmember Dominguez, it was 1, 8, 10, 11, 16, and 26. And for Councilmember Trua, it was 20, 34, and 35.
Okay. Sorry, that is correct, 20.
Okay.
Mayor, could I just say, I just wanted to thank you and the council for staying with us through the process. There's a lot of rounds, and thank you for doing that.
Oh, no, thank you. We really understand each agenda item for what they are, and to have you navigate us along with the city staff that you're working with, Wendy and Daniel and everybody, that was actually pretty good. You know, that's something I'm proud of for our city. So thank you for this item. Okay, great. Was there more to it tonight, or okay? Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay, great. All right, let's see here. Moving on to item number 12. And then we have the consent items, folks. But item number 12, let's receive an update on the American Rescue Plan Act. Approve the ARPA reallocation recommendation and approve the budget appropriation modification for permanent automation fund. And I do see a couple here. We're not going too far. Our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak, as well as our Director of Finance, Lauren Lai. Ashwini, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Mayor Tran, and I'm actually going to hand it off to our Director of Finance, Lauren Lai, to walk us through the presentation. We did have, as you know, this was agendized in December, and we weren't able to get to it, but we've actually had several updates since then, which we'll highlight for you as well. So thank you.
You're welcome, Lauren.
Good evening, Mayor, council members of the public. I'm really pleased to report the progress we've made on this federal funding. So tonight will be a highlight of that progress we've made and some recommendations we have to make it more efficient and effective going forward. Next slide, please. Super. So happy to report and share with you the ARPA portal, which IT worked very hard on, and applications that are underway, give you a fiscal update and also share with you projects that are underway. The items that are highlighted in blue just simply emphasizes the staff recommendations. Since we are looking at 25 programs, wanted to really emphasize the area we want to call your attention to. Next slide, please. The ARPA portal. So in working with the departments and IT, we developed a portal where members of the public can go and understand and also apply for our various ARPA Milpitas programs. You can find it here. In addition to the online portal, we have paper applications available at City Hall. We have the portal and the paper applications translated in English, Spanish, Chinese, Vietnamese, Tagalog, and Korean. So if we could see the next slide, this will show the public what our Milpitas ARPA landing page looks like. So on this landing page, and it is continually being developed as more programs get rolled out. Members of the public can understand our 5 investment areas and also apply online. Once they create an account and they apply, the city staff will have an opportunity to review the applications, correspond back and forth with the applicants, and let them know that it was approved or denied. In addition, in the future, because Treasury requires a lot of reporting, this portal will enable our applicants to also submit monetary reports as well. So we're really pleased that this went live in December. And as I'll share later, the hotels have already began using the application portal. Next slide, please. So previously, council deliberated and realized that it was really important for us to focus on certain areas that we want to invest in to restore our city and to enhance our services going forward as a response to COVID. We call these our 5 investment areas. If we can have the next slide. The 5 investment areas include public safety, infrastructure, economic vitality, community service, and technology. And as you could see there, there's a pretty good equal distribution, which also correspond a lot with the community survey and engagement results that we've had in prior year budget development. Next slide, please. Community services is the first investment area I want to highlight on. We have about $2,400,000 going to this category. First is social services. We are advising that under the senior nutrition program, there's $25,000 and we currently have abatement contract. We'd like to continue moving forward with the abatement contract. However, the abatement contract was not procured in accordance with federal procurement. We're recommending to council that we go ahead and swap that, use general fund, and emphasize at-risk youth program with the ARPA money. So both at-risk and senior will be funded equally as originally planned by council, but in reallocating the funding sources, we'll continue our senior nutrition program uninterrupted, and we won't have to go to bid for it. And so really that's what we're recommending in this agenda report. Again, it would fund both at-risk and senior nutrition as previously planned, but just makes it a lot more efficient for procurement. Federal procurement requires that anything over $10,000 goes through a competitive process, which is very extensive. Next slide, please. As for financial assistance to low and moderate income residents, we have the MAPS program through the city already. It's for utility assistance. Starting in January, we have augmented the general fund program with the MAPS, the ARPA funding. So the subsidy has increased, thanks to the council's direction in this regards. As for the child care subsidy program, we will continue to work on this and look on emphasizing it in the spring of 2020. And we are looking for temporary staffing to help us develop that program and administer it as well. Next slide, please. Beautify Milpitas programs and weed abatement. We have purchased material for the kit, and we will continue to do so since it requires a lot of different components to complete that kit. We anticipate distributing the kit over the next 6 months and also anticipate hiring the temporary staffing for weed abatement in the spring of this year. Next slide, please. curbside pilot trash pickup program slated for $85,000. We will launch a pilot program wherein on an appointment basis, residents in the city can have pickup of 3 large bulky items. And so that will be funded through this ARPA initiative. After the pilot program, staff will do outreach and also an evaluation to determine how the pilot program went. If it went favorably and based on the current program, if we want to make it permanent, the estimated ongoing cost for the service enhancement is about $340,000, which equates to about a 1.6% increase or about $5 per single family household. So wanted to let you know the status on that and what that might look like. The cost may be lower or higher depending on the outcome of the pilot and the feedback we get. Next slide, please. Okay, the next category of investment is economic vitality, where we're putting in $4.5 million. And a lot of this is focused on our valued small businesses and the hospitality, tourism industry, the hotel lodging industry that has been impacted. Next slide, please. Small business assistance, we're really pleased to share that we've made a lot of progress with this. This is one of our first programs, thanks to Alex Andrade and our procurement team, Zachary Devine. We launched the procurement for the fiscal agent. We've actually approved the contract already, and it was done in accordance with federal procurement standards. So we have the agent, fiscal agent, they're developing the website. They will be administering the small business grant program. What we're recommending is that, as noted in blue here, is that we want to have 2 tranches of award, both in 2022 versus having that staggered over 2 calendar years. We find that that will be more efficient and effective and get the funding into the community quicker, and rather than spanning it over a 24-month period. And the vendor is a great partner. They want to partner with us. They're willing to do that. They even in the process of negotiations reduce their fees to us. So we feel that we have a partner that's very collaborative and supportive. Also highlighted in blue is that we're recommending to the council the inclusion of local daycare centers. We've heard discussion in prior council meetings about the concerns of these daycare centers and being an essential resource to our community. We're recommending that we provide $5,000 per daycare center that applies and is eligible. Based on information we know, there are about 80 daycare centers in the community, which equates to about $400,000 of this funding. What that means is that the remaining balance of approximately $1 million that would exclude the fiscal agent fee, $1 million would be available to all other small business types. So that would exclude hotels and daycare because they already have their separate allocation. $1 million would be allocated for those small businesses that apply, qualify, and would be awarded through a lottery process. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about our local hotels. They've been pillars in our community, especially during this prolonged pandemic period. I want to express gratitude for them for providing lodging to our essential workers and the unhoused, especially during this pandemic. With that said, council previously approved that of our 20 hotels, as beneficiaries, they would be granted $10,000 each. We've done 3 rounds of outreach. 7 have applied online. 5 have also drafted applications through the portal, but have not completed their application. And 8 have yet to start. The economic development team is dedicated to continuing to work with each one of these hotels through the whole process. With that said, the hotels have contacted city staff. They've inquired and suggested on terms of reimbursed costs They're hoping that we can broaden the eligible use of funds. Specifically, previously, we talked about the use of the money towards touchless systems. We are now much deeper and longer into the COVID process, and the hotels would like us to broaden the eligible costs to include COVID impact costs related to operation service costs, supplies, contracts, and or staffing. This would be for costs previously incurred and or to be incurred. And in talking with the AG WIT consultants, who are our federal grant consultants, they are confident that this is permissible under ARPA. Next slide, please. Workforce development, we dedicated $300,000 for this. Council had a very robust conversation about this in December and approved 4 entities plus the city's program for youth force. Really pleased that that's moving forward. Staff is moving forward with implementing that, reaching out to these various entities in terms of the next step. And as directed by Council on December 14th, we'll come back in summer to talk about the remaining $150,000 allocation for round 2. Next slide, please. Accessory dwelling unit, let's spend a little bit of time on this. Previously, council allocated $1.5 million that was going to be for ADU support, plus also tools and technologies to support the application program and homeowners as they navigate this complex process. What we're recommending is a twofold process. One is permit subsidies for safe ADU legalization and new ADU. So in this case, we would be subsidizing the permit fee, which is approximately $5,000. In addition, I want to call your attention to the technology that will facilitate this process and other applications through the city. Some of you may have attended the December workshop that we held on the 16th regarding the ADU toolkit and the technology that will help members of the public understand how to maximize ADU and also go through the process with the city. With that said, as shared previously, federal procurement is very arduous, time-consuming, and costly. We're recommending that council swap the funding source for the Symbium technology system. In doing so, this is what we would do. We would move $210,000 from this ADU line item down to the technology improvement line item in ARPA. In addition, we'll take the permitting automation fund to purchase Symbium, which allows us to go through an efficient city procurement process instead, and then be able to take technology staffing time that supports permit systems and use ARPA funding that will give us the most flexibility and help the council also achieve the outcomes you directed staff to do. So let's go to the next slide. Let's stay on that slide 1 minute. I want to highlight how many units of service we'll be able to render. So we're pleased to report that with almost $1.3 million for ADU, we estimate about 258 ADUs could be constructed and or legalized through the Safe ADU program with the estimated fee of $5,000. So that will have a material impact on our housing in the city and provide housing options to our community. Next slide, please. Thank you. The investment area next is infrastructure with $5 million going to the community. So much of this is going towards much needed improvements and repairs to our parks. Next slide. Parks rehab is $4.4 million. In December, council took the bold and necessary action to approve the parks master plan, thanks to the leadership of the engineering department. With that said, $4.4 million will go to improve 20 of the city's 30 parks and address over 50% of our short-term needs identified over the 5-year period. So we're working through the planning phase. We do have staffing shortage, so we're going to phase this in as best as we can and look at providing and presenting service contracts to council in the spring of 2020, with the design phases happening over 12 to 16 months. Next slide, please. Public safety is the next category of investments with close to $2.4 million. Next slide. In public safety, our key essential workers really boil down to our firefighters and police officers. With ARPA funding at $1.2 million, the goal was four firefighter positions related to the paramedics ambulance program. So in the info memo presented to council in October, we're moving forward with the filling of 4 positions. Those individuals will go through the academy and we hope for some favorable results. As for the 2 vacant police officer positions, given the recruitment that we have underway, we do not foresee using those 2 funded positions in 2021 and 22. However, they will be filled in the next budget cycle starting in July 1. And so we will be allocating about $400,000 of this towards those 2 much needed officer positions. Next slide, please. Fire engines. Council allocated $920,000 towards fire apparatus and command vehicles. Given the federal solicitation process, we make the recommendation that we dedicate $920,000 to the fire pumper and put the 4 command vehicles through the budget development process and find alternative funding source. And the reason is with fire apparatuses, there are several available collaborative contracts that the city can leverage for the fire pumper that we wish to spec out and purchase. That'll enable us to quickly procure this. That is not true with the 4 command vehicles. Moreover, the $920,000 is insufficient to cover all 5 vehicles on this list. So this recommendation enables the fire department to move forward with a very critical apparatus and at the same time enable us to include the 4 command vehicles as we are developing next year's budget. Next slide, please. Technology. Technology is our last major investment area at $2.1 million. Next slide. HRIS is really important. There is not an HRIS system currently, so we are dedicating $1.1 million. Staff anticipates completing the procurement RFP process by the end of this fiscal year. The financial system, we have a system in place, is 24 years old. And so we have $100,000 dedicated towards the evaluation and the business analysis, we'll piggyback with HRIS, and also given the other priorities right now, we anticipate the financial management system to be a 22-23 project. In addition, in technology, we have cybersecurity improvement and training. This is super, super important given the environment we live in today and cyber attacks. So training and procurement are underway. Staff is researching the threats and remediation systems, and we anticipate a spring 2022 implementation timeline. Next slide. So in blue here, this is really about the big change. We have $400,000 that council previously approved for technology. We've procured 150 laptops already and desktops, and those are being deployed. Thank you so much, because some of those immediately went to our EOC Emergency Response Center. And during our recent dry run and training, we were able to use those laptops, which are really essential. $210,000 is being reallocated from the ADU program line, as mentioned above. We will then use this $210,000 to fund the technology staff that currently supports city permitting technology. Step 2 of that strategy means we'll be able to buy Symbium with the permit automation fund. That fund accrues money and it has a fund balance from permit technology fees previously paid by applicants. Symbium is beyond the city manager's purchase authority, and it's not ARPA, so we will be bringing that contract back to council at a future date for consideration and final approval. Again, there was a really great demonstration in December when our city planner was able to show members of the public. That is also recorded and available online if you're interested to watch that. The link is available in this agenda report. Next slide, please. Administration, we only dedicated a very modest 2% of this allocation towards this, while we incur more costs and my time and many other staff members' time are included. We are preserving this ARPA funding for just really essential areas. The US Treasury, just as of Friday on the 6th, issued their final rules. Actually, I think that was Thursday. Webinars are underway. People are trying to scramble to understand what that means. We've made a lot of progress already, as you've heard, with federal procurement, contracts, portal, grant agreements, and programs. One area we are concerned about is procurement. And so what we're recommending, and the reason why we're concerned is it's one of the top reasons in terms of a federal audit, in terms of risk. Agencies that don't procure properly, that's one of the major findings, and the federal government will claw back their funds. With that said, we do recommend that we enhance this area. We want to bring to you council at mid-year the recommendation of a limited term full-time senior buyer position. This would be just an augmentation of a current buyer position. So it's just the differential. It would be funded within this previously allocated $350,000. So it's not an additional ask. It's just a refinement of the strategy, given what we know now, 6 months into it. So we'll bring that back, particularly because we have been reiterated again and again by the AG WIT consultants and also the webinars we've been in, that procurement is a major area. And most recently, as of yesterday, there was a national webinar where the league has approached Treasury on giving exceptions for procurement, and Treasury has not responded favorably. So that means that everything we procure over 10,000 must go through federal procurement. Next slide, please. That summarizes what we want to talk about. I think if we can click, I think there's 4 more slides I want us to click through because we don't need these slides. Keep going, keep going, keep going. All right, so those 4 slides highlighted in blue were just the text in blue previously, so I'll spare the council me reiterating that. This is in the agenda report. It's table 1, which in a snapshot shows the 25 program areas. The item in blue are the changes from the August 9th direction and as summarized above. And so I just want to give you a moment to look at that. If we can advance the slide, we have the next section of the table, which are the other 3 investment areas. So in aggregate, we have $16.7 million with a proposal to appropriate about almost $9 million this year. And then column 3 shows the funding duration of this program. ARPA runs 4 years, up to 6, depending on if it's an encumbered contract. So we foresee it more as a 4-year funding cycle. We've already received the first half, and we will receive the second half in this calendar year, which will equal $16.7 million. Next slide, please. Recommendation. Next slide. Please receive this update from our staff. Thank you for all department heads and staff members who made all this work possible. We ask that you approve the ARPA reallocation recommendations and also approve the budget change form. That budget change form pertains only to the permit automation fund because that is outside of the ARPA city manager budget authority you assigned and delegated on August 9th. I believe that concludes my presentation to council.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And I believe from one end of Milpitas to the other, our finance department is one of the strongest departments in our whole city. Let's go to public comment here. Voltaire Montemayor, 2 minutes.
I just unmuted it, sorry, yeah. I was saying, yeah, big numbers, very important department. Is this ARPA just a section or commission? Then it's a big help. The word rescue there is great. It's a great word. And the job that you're doing, prioritizing everything, helping everybody, especially the small businesses. Yeah, this is really a rescue, or this will this is a big relief for everybody. In other words, good job. And so with the council, the administration, I would say 1, 2, 3, not on recommendation, we approve that too if possible. And then the 2 and 3, we will, I believe it's sure to be approved, especially the automation, permit automation. Yeah, we don't need to scrutinize that probably now, since we are trying to approve the automation, permit automation. I have more. This is one of my favorite topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll go to public comment. Anybody else? Virtual raised hand. Thanks for joining us here tonight, folks. We've got a handful of folks in our attendees section of the Zoom, and I see no further virtual raised hands. We'll bring the discussion back to the virtual dais. Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Thank you, staff. Great presentation. So I had a question on, are we maximizing our funding with state grants? Because I know the state has been allocating many grants. So I'm just wondering, and I know this is this ARPA's from the federal government, but what about state grants? Are we maximizing funding from them?
I know that, I don't know if Ashwini wants to speak to this, but I do know that every department focuses on grant funding, whether that be transportation, public safety, fire. We're actively involved in various professional organizations and staying on top of this. So I don't know if Ashwini, you want to add to that?
Well, specifically COVID, you know, I know that the state has been giving a lot of grants to cities for that are COVID related. So, and ARPA is COVID related. So I was just wondering if the staff has been looking into that.
Yes, Vice Mayor Montano, as Lauren said, every department does look, and we have discussions about grants and kind of actively seeking grants. If there's any specific ones that you have come across that you'd like to take a look at, we'd be happy to, but we are always monitoring grants for each of the departments. And we actually continue, as you know, in this year's budget, the limited term grant writer position went away, but we're looking at other options to get some part-time help. We are aware of a few grants that are coming, one related to housing, the home grant that's coming up. There's a couple of other planning grants that we're looking at, and we will continue to kind of monitor that. Again, if there's any specific grants, we're happy to touch base with you after.
Yeah, no, I just, you know, sometimes when I'm looking online, I see that and these webinars about the state giving out grants. So, you know, I'm not specifically looking for a particular grant, but just overall. But if I see something, I'll send it on over to you. On the hotel applications, do we have a vendor that helps them with the application process, you know, technical assistance? Because I noticed that on the previous slide, not all the hotels submitted their applications, and I'm just wondering if they're stuck, because sometimes they just need some technical assistance. And are we providing that technical assistance to help themselves?
Yes, Vice Mayor Montano, I think we'll have Alex Andrade come on, but we have been reaching out actively to all the hotels and providing assistance. Alex?
Yes, that's exactly right. Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor Montano. Staff from the Office of Economic Development has been communicating with general managers of all 20 hotels. And so we're making ourselves available at any time to answer any questions and guide them through the application portal. The IT department developed an amazing application portal that's, I would say it's very user-friendly. So yeah, we're available at any time to assist.
So we do provide technical assistance. So that is great. You mentioned, Lauren, about procurements, and you said that the federal government is really strict on those making sure that we're using the procurements. Are the procurements, vendors that we contract with?
Is the question, do we use a third-party procurements vendor?
Right.
No, we don't. We do our own procurement, but really that's not really the concern. It's just the procurement process. Anything over $10,000 requires a full competitive process and an evaluation, proposals, full-blown request for proposals, or and it's very, very extensive. So it's very time consuming. Not only that, we may have vendors that are discouraged by the process. And so it's not in the best interest for us. If we have vendors that are discouraged by the process, they're not going to compete.
Yeah. Wow. That's, yeah, it's a lot of red tape. The federal government. Yeah, those are my only questions that I had. And I'm really glad about the ADUs because when you look at the big picture, it's it's creating more housing options to the community. But I'm wondering if when those ADUs come into, how many have we processed so far?
Ashwini, do you want to speak to that?
I'll defer to Sharon Goey, our Building Safety and Housing Director. Sharon.
And
Can you hear
then,
me?
Yeah, hi, yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Hi, thank you for the question. Yes, so I can share some data on the building permits from the last several years. In 2019, we had 47 building permit applications for ADUs. 2020, it went down to 27, and then 2021 was 31.
And we help them with technical assistance, right? How to, how to fill out the app. I guess going through the process of what the steps, we help them with that, right?
Yeah, so far we've been assisting all the customers with permit process and submittal process. Correct.
Okay, great. And I hope that you're disclosing that their property taxes are going to go up, right?
Yeah, all the submittal information does go to the county assessors, and then, they will just need to carry out whatever process that they do with each of the permit information that they receive.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. We'll do a time check here. We have a couple more items from consent. It is 5 before the 10 p.m. mark. And next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I had also a question, just some point of clarification. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing the grants thing up, because I think it's really important. I think you're on something. Just for clarification, so if there is a grant, that doesn't have to come through council, right? Because as I'm hearing the Vice Mayor speak, I also agree it would kind of be a disservice, right? Because there's so many grants out there. I think we could all agree that if there's grants, what I'm hearing the Vice Mayor say is just apply it, right? Just apply, right, Vice Mayor? Is that what I'm hearing you say? That's right? Yeah. So I just wanted to clarify, staff, you guys just apply, right? If you see a grant that may fit our city?
That's
correct.
correct.
Oh, okay, perfect. I
Correct.
just was confused. So I just wanted to make sure that that direction was clear. The other question that I had was, so ADUs is a huge concern. And as we were talking about the ARPA funding, so I actually went through the entire process and I was extremely appalled on how expensive an ADU is to build. I know when I worked on this policy with Senator Bob Wachowski's office, at that time it was between maybe we had estimated costs to be between 40 and maybe 80,000 to add a little over 120 square feet ADU. Obviously, those costs with inflation, construction, and all of that. I went through a basic ADU and it was $245,000. That includes fees and the building. A price assessment that your value increases depends on the square footage. So if you do an ADU that's roughly like 140 feet, it doesn't increase your value that much at all. If it's unattached, it doesn't increase it that much. It's more, if it's attached, it increases more. I will have to say, the platform we're using, staff, is amazing. It is so easy to use. And so I do appreciate that. It brings like your square footage of your house, and you could literally build it. So I think that's awesome. However, I still think it's really expensive. So I'm just wondering, is there any way that maybe we could use some of the ARPA funding to help folks with the permit cost? Because the permit cost alone is like $1,600 per hour or something like that. That's a lot of money. If you have an average public worker that makes between $100,000 and $120,000, even if they own their home and they're still paying off their home, building an ADU is an extreme cost. So just wanted to put that out there, that if there is an opportunity, again, looking at it from an equity lens, everyone has a very different starting point. And a lot of people don't like taking, they look at their economic options, right? When we look at a person that maybe has a home, their parents passed away or whatnot, they may not be able to pull the equity out for one reason or the other, or they may not have the credit to do down payments. And so the down payments is reasonable, but when someone doesn't have the credit, that brings an equity issue. So I'm just wondering if staff, you guys have looked to see if maybe some of the ARPA funding could be used to help with the permit cost on the city level when the ADUs are built, or if that's a program that has to be a policy through council.
Thank you, Councilmember Dominguez. So this will include a waiver of permit fees. So the funding that we're talking about, the 1.5 total, includes a technology tool as well as waiver of permit fees for ADUs.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just have a couple of questions and comments. For community services, number one, rental and mortgage assistance to low and moderate income residents, 1.2 million, and that includes financial assistance to residents as well. I just want to make sure we get grants from, they can get grants from state. I just want to make sure that we're not duplicating the city is not, the ARPA funding that we're doing is not duplicated by another grant. Do we need a verbiage somewhere to say on the selection process to make sure that they have not gotten grants from someplace else?
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. Yes, we can definitely take that direction as we're putting the program together, and specifically related to assistance, right? To rental assistance.
Right. It's community services. It's under community services.
Right, but precluding assistance, state assistance, or other assistance related to.
Right.
Rent.
Exactly. Because I know we have duplicated the grants from state and us. So I just don't want it to be, okay.
And I just want to make sure, Director Goey, if you have any questions or need clarification on that direction.
No, I don't think so, because I think at the last update with the ARPA, we kind of received that direction already. Yeah. So that's how we're, working on the draft RIP accordingly. So, yes, thank you.
Before I forget, I just want to thank all of you. From Sharon to Lauren, Ashwini, Walter, everybody. Thank you. This is really great. And this is kind of like the tail end of what we're doing with ARPA, assisting all our residents, our businesses, and everybody. So thank you so much. For the,
Councilmember, can I ask
yes,
you one question to clarify on that comment?
right.
Duplicating state assistance, is it only in the category of rent relief or mortgage assistance? So if someone's getting an unemployment check backfill because they were unemployed?
No, not that one. Only
Okay.
for specific for that unique grant from the state. We don't
Okay,
want to
so-
touch that unemployment one.
Okay, so the eligibility would be restricted to just other state funding related to rent received by applicant or
Exactly.
mortgage.
Right. And also utilities, because I know a state has that too. We don't want to duplicate that. You see what I'm saying?
I do, but we have a MAPS program. I just want to be cognizant that if we are too rigorous, we may be limiting the eligibility to the point where, you know, someone might get utility but doesn't get mortgage or rent relief, and that's not enough to keep them housed. So I
Okay.
understand the intent, but I just
Mhm.
want to be very cautious because as we're developing programs and doing our assessment and research, I think the intent is to try to cast a big net, but make
Right.
sure we're not duplicating efforts. So I just kind of precaution the utility component may not be enough to keep someone housed.
Right. Okay. So in that case, I'll leave your judgment on that. So if you don't feel that the utility should be a part of it, then that's fine with me. I just don't want the rent relief one or mortgage relief one to be, because that's a big chunk of that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you for the question, Lauren. Okay, on the small business grants, I know we spoke with Alex on this, on giving the daycare centers, they're not included on the raffle, so that's good. I like that. And I also want to include because I remember when Congressman Rokana was visiting Milpitas, last year, we went to one of the yoga owners, a small business, and really had a hard time. I know Steve was there and Alex and Ashwini were there too, and Mayor. And I would like to, and I also asked Director Andrade how many we have of those type of businesses, like a yoga one. It's a small business. It's owned by one person and it's operated by one person. And there's at least 20 of them. So I would like them to get an automatic grant, not be included in the raffle if we have more applicants. So that's my request. And also, I remember that sometime, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, when we first had I was not on the council yet, when we first had the 200,000 grants to small businesses for help, there were 80 applicants and only 38 got it. So my proposal is for the ones that didn't get it, just put it on automatic grants if they're eligible. Did you get that, Alex?
Yes.
The people that applied before for grants that didn't get it, because there were 38, only 38, I think, if I remember correctly.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, 38 got the grants. So out of 80 plus applicants. So if they're still eligible, we just put it on automatic grants.
So the 42 eligible applicants that were in the lottery, but were not selected as part of the 38 would receive $5,000 grants automatically, would not be required to go through the next lottery.
If they're applying this time.
If they apply, okay, good.
If
That's
they're
good.
still, I think our criteria, if they have an active business license and they don't have any infraction or something like that, right? And they've been in business for a year, right? Those are our criteria.
Well, that was initially the first round. They needed to be in business for 3 years. At this point in time, it's not a requirement, a time of operations.
Okay. So how many did not qualify previously that we're saying is automatic?
There were 80 total eligible businesses. Once we reviewed all the applications for compliance of making sure there were business licenses active, as well as no code enforcement related issues, and various other eligibility requirements. So there were a total of 80 applicants that were enrolled in this lottery, but there are only 38 total businesses that received a grant. And the other thing that was very different back then is that that first round of grants was specifically for micro enterprise businesses, which are businesses with 1 to 5 employees, where this particular grant program is for employees, small businesses that employ 1 to 25 people. So just to clarify, the previous 42 eligible businesses that apply but didn't get selected, if they apply again for this new ARPA funding, yes. Okay, good. Thank you for clarifying that piece. I think it's important.
And also the one with the yoga, the one with the personal care thing, the yoga. And I think there's about 20 the last time we spoke.
Yes, and the way we look at that would be fitness centers, yoga studios, and martial arts studios. They're kind of all lumped in one category.
Yes. Yeah, they were hurt. They were hurt bad. So I think that's all I have for now. Thank you so much, and great work, everybody. Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, Councilmember Chua, and I ditto what you said. We do have some of the best around with subject matter experts. Next up here with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Yes, I want to echo the small businesses, especially like the martial arts. Those folks, they really took a hit. So I thank you all for taking them into consideration and definitely leading that work. I just want to, I was a little confused in the direction with the rental. I just want to make sure that I agree with Lauren, because sometimes the state doesn't provide full rental assistance to cover the month. And so, or the application comes really late. So I think I just want clarification. I think I know what you mean, Councilmember Chua. You just want to make sure they don't double dip. Is that it? Okay, perfect. Yeah.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to just make sure that I landed on the same understanding. Yeah, and I agree with you. I think that's important, but I just don't, because they may get funding by 2 sources to cover that month's rent. So we just want to make sure they're not displaced. So, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure that that was clarified. I appreciate the direction.
Mayor, can I also clarify on the small business one, because it's important?
Absolutely.
So I just want to reiterate back and paraphrase what I understood. Of the 1.5 million, council's giving us the green light on the daycare center. So that's automatic 5,000 for about 80 of them. Of the balance, which is $1 million for $5,000 grant, that's about 200 more businesses that will be assisted. We're doing a carve out for 42 of those micro enterprise businesses that did not get the last round of micro enterprise award. We're also going to do a carve out for the fitness personal care, which is automatic, and that's about 20 more. So of the 200 remaining for all other business type, we have 140 that will go to the others, not in those categories, that will go through an application and lottery process. Is that the intent? So that leaves 140 slots left for grants.
Right. That is the intent.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I could just add to that. So Lauren, it's only if they apply though.
Correct, correct. Only if they apply, but let's assume they all apply because this is automatic. Then I just want to make sure that we've narrowed the quantity down to 140 for all other business types. Okay, all right.
Fantastic. Yeah. Great. Thank you so much, Lauren. And we'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Lauren, does that include the childcare centers?
Correct. The Child Care Center is the first 400,000 if all 80 apply and are eligible. So that's the top of the 1.5. And then what's left is about 200 more grants, 5,000 each. About 42 if all of these that didn't qualify in the micro grant apply and are still eligible. And then about 20 for personal care fitness center that apply and that are eligible. So then that leaves 140 left for the lottery process.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, thank you.
Way to break it down. Awesome. I love the conversation, the discussion for the item. We already did public comment for this item. Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. And we've had a discussion here on the council. If there's no further requests, I would like to ask the Vice Mayor to move the item. Go ahead.
So I would like to receive and update the the update on the American Rescue Plan.
Second.
Make that motion.
Yeah, I think that's good. We have a motion from the Vice Mayor. We have a second from Councilmember Fan. Thank you. And we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. Item number 12, the motion has been approved. Thank you very much, Lauren.
Thank you.
Just wanted to clarify that the motion includes the statement that Lauren made about the allocation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Hearing no objections, fantastic. Okay, great. We got a couple more items, folks. Thanks for staying with us tonight. I think the last two can be light. We have item number 4 as well as item number 7. And so we'll go to 4 first. That's my request. We can just go straight to the question if that's okay. Thank you very much. But since we pulled the item, let's go to public comment. If anybody would like to make a public comment for item number 4, now would be the time. Seeing no virtual raised hands, that's for public comment. Moving on to item number 4. My question, Mr. Chan, is this item a part of the 5-year citywide street resurfacing program?
Yes, it is. It's part of the city's annual resurfacing program based on the MTC pavement management program. The detail of that pavement management program includes assessment of existing city street and recommendation of maintenance treatment for those streets.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. There's a street on the item, Piedmont Road from Landis north to Yosemite. It's one of the most popular roads, I think, here in town. I know I've been driving on that road for 20 years now here in Milpitas. And residents really appreciate the street resurfacing. I know there's 2 types. One is more of a resurfacing. The other is it's called a seal.
Slurry. It's called slurry seal.
Okay.
Slurry seal.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor. I am speaking to Mr. Chan. But yes, along those lines. And so I've actually been receiving messages from residents in that part of town. I believe there's the different types too of resurfacing from I think Piedmont and Landis north, obviously through to Yosemite. Folks aren't very happy with the seal. There are some cracks that are noticeable on the roadway that have been sealed. My concern is with the recent rain and I think weather conditions, I feel that seal may not have the duration to maintain the quality of that road, and those cracks may become more apparent in the next 5 years until the city comes around. How are we gauging whether to use the seal or to actually use a higher level of resurfacing there on Piedmont Road north of Landis?
To answer your first question first regarding cracks showing up, we have not accepted the project yet. Tonight, we are proposing City Council accept the project that would start the 1-year warranty period for the product. So if there's cracking showing up that's under warranty, the contractor is responsible for repairing those failures. And going to the different type of treatments. As I mentioned, MTC's pavement management program recommend different types of pavement maintenance treatment. Slurry seal is one of them. For this specific segment of the road, it's called microsurfacing, as well as we did base repair for the severe cracking that has occurred on the roadway. So those are fixed in the localized area. But overall, the surface across the roadway, we have a microsurface seal treatment. So it's a seal product like a slurry seal plus a aggregate on top that mix in with the seal to provide a wear surface. So that's what's provided here. The treatment, again, is based on the roadway condition of Piedmont or any other street. So we don't, just because based on a type of street, we pick a specific type of pavement treatment or pavement maintenance treatment. Is based on the condition of the roadway we are treating. So pavement condition on Piedmont before the project was on the low 50. So the micro surfacing seal that occurred here and the base repair was one of the recommended treatment from the MDC pavement management program for this roadway.
Very well, thank you for that. I want to follow up with those considerations in mind. I thank you for that information. In the event going forward, perhaps in the next 12 months, where the type of resurfacing that took place on that stretch of Piedmont that I've indicated falls below the standards of the warranty, what would the city do in that situation? Would we go in and would the warranty just cover the duplication of what's there currently, or would the city examine to see if a higher level of street resurfacing quality is needed?
If it's failure resulting in the workmanship and the product, the contractor will replace in kind. Anything above the, restoring the improvement to what the contract document stipulates, that's extra. So that would be something that the city would be responsible for.
Okay, great. What do we do in cases, my last question here, appreciate your expertise. What do we do in the case where that stretch of Piedmont Road deteriorated beyond the quality that it is today, and it really needed a higher level of resurfacing through evidence? However, that stretch of Piedmont Road may not be within the 5-year period where it's due for resurfacing. How would the Department of Engineering go about?
So as I mentioned, the MTC pavement survey or the pavement program surveys all the city street. If this particular street fail for whatever reason in the next 5 years, it would show up in the pavement survey report, and then a recommended treatment will be placed on it. There's no set time limit where we come and maintain a street. If there's failure, we'll repair it as a capital improvement project, or if it's something smaller, that we'll repair it as a public works maintenance activity.
Thank you very much. Okay, great. If there's any further questions from my colleagues, now would be the time. I'll move to approve the item.
Second.
We have a hand raised. I don't know if we've taken.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. Yep, great eye, like a third eye. All right, great. Commissioner Montemayor, welcome.
Yeah, in regards to the Piedmont Road, the rolling topography, condition of the land, erosion, and more to consider, settling of the undersurface, because we are trying to resurface, let's say, and then bikers go there, so they enjoy. Not only singly, but group of bikers go there. In other words, it needs time and big funds probably. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. Absolutely huge thoroughfare. Folks take Landis up, make a left on Piedmont. That is the access road everybody experiences. I'll be mindful to share the information, Mr. Chen, and relay it to our local residents. We have a motion by myself to approve item number 4 with a second from Councilmember Chua. Go to the vote, Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. The item is approved. Thank you, Mr. Chan.
You're welcome.
All right, moving on to item 7, approved proposed city council procedures and protocols handbook. And this is a request of the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was going over the handbook, and you're right, Ashwini, it's the 4 hours, but you also mentioned that we can also discuss that as a recommendation to increase it. So I was thinking maybe 6 hours, and will that come back to the city council to discuss?
It's
Can we do that?
You can discuss it today, and if it's the direction of the council, we can go ahead with that.
Okay, because I was thinking, like items that don't take really too long, maybe might take 6 hours, but yet that we're being constrained by that 4 hour. So I was thinking maybe to 6 hours. And of course, it all depends on what the council would like. So that was one. The other one is on our code of conduct. And I had asked this before, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. So to add on there on the bottom, reference the censure policy. So that I would like that included. And then also on closed session meetings, no cell phones allowed in the closed session chamber. So those are my 2 additions that I would like to put on there. Well, 3 actually, to discuss the time and 2 other items.
One at a time. Before that, let's go to public comment and knock it out. Public comment, Mr. Montemayor, are you there?
Whatever, let's say there's addendum, there's changes. I think the word reincorporation, maybe it will take a while. So the ones that we're trying to improve now, I believe you could just approve it tonight if you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, that's it for public comment. Back to the dance. The Vice Mayor has requests. Let's go one at a time. Let's discuss one at a time. Let's be mindful of the time, 10:24. Okay, great. First thing is City Council Handbook policy on staff time usage. Anytime city manager's office, city manager, city attorney, perhaps. Anytime there's a request that needs to be done. Currently, it is 4 hours or more. It has to go through the majority of the council. And that's how it's been for, I think, decades. It's important to understand the history of the 4 hours and how we got to 4 hours. That I could not tell you tonight. But if I could, that'd be pretty impressive. I hear the Vice Mayor, 6 hours, I get it. I'll speak very frankly. There's so many different requests that go through the city manager throughout the history of our city. And the 4 hours is really a discretionary thing. If the discretion is, okay, this is a simple request, and perhaps it's 4 hours and 1 minute, or even, it's going to get done. I think the 4 hours policy is really just based on when the request is very difficult. So I'll use appreciation gifts for our volunteer commissioners, for example. They'll take more than 4 hours, but really, what's the priority? I'll be very open. One day I'll write a book about City Hall here, tell it all. But that may take more than 4 hours. Who was that staffer we had? Started with an L. Remember her? She was Leslie. Yeah. Thank you. It's been bothering me all night. Leslie used to kind of be the multi-tool. Leslie was the multi-tool and just kind of did sort of those things. sister cities. I remember she took upon that. And so I want to go to the vice mayor. 4 hours is half a day, and 8 hours is a full day. And so, I mean, 6 hours, I don't see a significance there. It's hard for me to support this one. I just, I like sometimes I like things the way they are. And I think the 4 hours is something that has been around for a long time. And I don't see how 6 hours is going to help so much. If you want something as a council member or elected official, bring it to the council. It's pretty simple. Yeah, that's my thoughts, but we'll go to my colleagues. I'm just one person. I'm going to keep an open mind though, but that's how I feel.
All right, that's fine.
Let's bring it to the council, right? I mean, yeah.
No, that's what it's all about, is to discuss it,
I used to do it all the time in the beginning. You could ask our city attorney. He was there with me every time. And I used to bring items forward. Remember my first item was no animal breeding or something like that to say,
no, I hear you, because when I was on the previous console, it was a 4 hour, it's a 4 that's the magic number. But I was just thinking, who came up with this 4 hour, and maybe we could change it to 6 hours. But no, if the council decides no, just leave it as is, that's cool, that's fine.
And whether it's 4 or 6, if it doesn't go through the council, whether it's 4 or 6, if it doesn't go through the council, it's not doing 1 hour, or 4 hours, or 5 hours, I should say. It's better to keep it on the low end. I mean, and I think to any of my colleagues, if you need something passed by the council, work with the council. Call somebody, go about it the right way, and dig deep. Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. I think at the end of the day, we work together as a collectively as a council, and if you have ideas you want to bring forward, just work with your colleagues. We have a democratic process, and we have to respect it. Not one single person can unilaterally push policy, and that would really shift the balance of things. And at the end of the day, I do agree with what the mayor had to say.
Thank you very much. And Anthony, every time Anthony calls or texts me, I'm always there. And Councilmember Chua.
I just want to make it brief. I do agree with you, Mayor, and also Councilmember Fan. Sorry, Vice Mayor. I think.
Oh no, this is democratic. This is the democratic process to discuss it.
Yeah.
So I would like to keep it as is.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
No worries.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's a consensus right there. I do want to move to the Vice Mayor's second request, but I do see a virtual raised hand. Councilmember Dominguez, there's already a consensus on the first request, but if you'd like to comment.
Absolutely, I would love to comment, because I think that when you and I agree, that doesn't really happen. So we don't always talk. I think we never talk, but this is one that I agree with you. I think that there is a system in place, and there is a system for everything. And if you can't talk to one person, there's always 3 others, right? I think at the end of the day, we're all here to make sure that Milpitas moves forward, and there is a democratic process, not only here, but with the voters. So I completely agree with the mayor on this one. Thank you.
Yeah. This is a democratic process right now. That's why we're discussing it.
Number 2, Vice Mayor.
Yeah. So number 2 is on the second bullet. I mean, the last bullet, just to reference the censure policy. That's all.
One more time, please.
Just to add, to reference the censure policy.
Oh, okay. That's a simple one.
Yeah.
Ashwini, are you tracking on that one? Please.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, great. All right. And then the third one, Vice Mayor.
That one is to to ban cell phone use in the closed session chamber. When we go back, because
Okay.
there's been a pattern of, you know, when we go to closed session, nothing is supposed to be leaked or revealed. So, and I think that not having cell phones in there is a good policy to have. So that way, to ensure that we don't compromise our compromise the
confidentiality.
Privacy, that's the word I wanted to find. Thank you for the confidentiality of our discussions.
Yeah, it makes sense. I recently took a state examination. I had to put my cell phone in a locker over at the state building. So I'm okay with that. Leaving your cell phone in maybe a box or cubby or outside of the closed session room during closed session. I support that. Anybody else? We're going to need a consensus. Okay, Councilmember Chua.
I'll go with that as well.
Okay, great.
Gives the integrity of the closed session.
Yeah. Okay, great. That's a consensus. We'll go to our assistant. Oh, pardon me. I see a virtual raised hand. It is Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just want to definitely echo the sentiments of making sure that nothing leaks. But I also think that we also need to somewhere, I don't know, reporting out of the closed session, I think is really important. Not only reporting out the votes, but I think minutes need to be reported out, especially if there's not litigation. Because what happens is we keep the public in the dark and they don't know what is going on back there. So I don't know if in this handbook we could include that minutes will be reported out of the closed session apart from just voting.
And we'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Trent. Thank you, Councilmember Dominguez. There's nothing preventing the council from reporting out more than is required under the Brown Act. Obviously, you wouldn't want to reveal anything that was confidential or litigation strategy, but if the council had a desire to share more with the public about what they're doing in closed session, we'd probably have to agree in closed session about what we're going to report out in terms of disclosures. But yes, there's nothing preventing you from going above and beyond what the Brown Act requires. And just for the council's education, the Brown Act does require reporting out, but in limited instances, usually when there's a final document, final agreement, final settlement agreement, something of that sort. But you can always share more just in terms of the direction you're giving to staff.
Thank you. And so just to provide some direction, would that be something that would be included in the handbook or would that be included in the policy? Because I want to make sure that the voters have access to what is happening behind closed session. And I do feel that many times information is getting leaked and I don't know how it's getting leaked. But I do believe that there is things that are being hidden and they're intentionally reported out only by votes and that keeps the public in the dark. So would that be something that we could bring to closed session to mandate meetings, reporting out meeting minutes?
What we could include is just some language in the handbook per the council direction tonight that basically indicates the city council agrees that they will consider disclosures out of closed session or minutes out of closed session with consultation with the city attorney.
Perfect. I would like to include that language in the handbook.
Great. So that's the current process we already have. Next up, Vice Mayor Montano.
Yeah, I was also thinking about it. Yeah, it's true. Sometimes I agree with the Councilmember Dominguez. Sometimes our votes, how we vote. I recall when I was in this previous city council, it was disclosed what the vote was on certain items. And I don't know why that went away. But that might be something we might disclose, the votes on certain items. Then the other thing I wanted to mention was that we used to have a recording of the minutes, and I don't know why we're not doing that anymore. Is that what happened to that practice? There was a recorder of our conversations in closed session.
We
And
do
they
have
were not,
audio,
they were
you
not,
know.
they were stored somewhere, I think, with the city attorney. They're not.
Mayor, I'm happy to jump in here and just provide the
Yeah, go ahead.
council some education about what's in the open government ordinance. So just to take a step back, yes, you are correct, Vice Mayor, that when there are certain actions taken, certain actions as defined within the Brown Act, we do have to report out the vote of the council members and how the vote was taken. But it is in very limited instances. Again, when there's a final document, a final agreement, final settlement agreement, something of that sort. So if it's just general votes where you're giving direction to staff, there's no requirement under the law to report that out. You could, though, if the council so desires, to indicate what the vote was in terms of direction to staff. Obviously, if it's litigation strategy, I wouldn't want you to reveal that. But if there's smaller things we do in closed session where it's simple direction to staff, you could definitely decide as a council to report that out and the votes. But at this point in time, the city council and the city have been in full compliance with the closed session confidentiality requirements and the reporting out requirements in the Brown Act. And I know you had a second portion of your question, which was on the recordings. So the open government ordinance does mandate that the city attorney record all closed sessions and hold those recordings. And so they are with my office.
So all our closed sessions are being recorded then?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, because I don't think the other members were aware of that. So
I was aware of it because I asked for it. So just Vice Mayor, for purpose of, I actually asked for recordings because I don't feel comfortable being in there without staff. So I mentioned that about 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So I still don't feel comfortable there without staff because of sometimes of how things happen in the back session. It doesn't make me feel safe. So I am very well aware of that. And that's why I think that it's important for us to report out not only votes, but also minutes. I think the minutes are really, really important for the public to know why those votes, what happened, just like if we're doing it a regular meeting here. If not, we're hiding things from the public unintentionally, and that's not transparency. So I would like that language to be added into the handbook where we're not just disclosing our votes, but that we're also disclosing the minutes for non-litigation items.
Yeah, so I'd like that to come back. Maybe our city attorney can come up with some language. And
That's not even going to work. I mean, let's ask our city attorney. How many other local regional jurisdictions report their minutes out of closed session? It's closed session.
Here, Tran, out of all the jurisdictions I've worked with, and there's been definitely more than 5 cities over the years, none of them report out anything that's not required under the Brown Act. Sometimes the council will decide, look, there's something here that's not so confidential that we can't share it. And sometimes they will decide to share a little bit, but it's not a routine item. On top of that, I'm not aware of any of the cities that I've worked with that do record their closed sessions as well. So the open government ordinance, as you know, goes above and beyond the Brown Act. I often joke that it's the Brown Act on steroids, but it does require a bit more. And one of those requirements is to record the closed sessions. The last thing I'll add is that when a city does violate the Brown Act, usually a court of law will basically mandate a city record their closed sessions, but I'm not aware of anything of that sort happening at the city. I think the city council, back when they adopted the open government ordinance, decided to go above and beyond and record the closed sessions just so that they have those recordings.
And closed session is a function of state government.
Closed session is authorized by the Brown Act in certain instances, and really it is the opportunity for the council to discuss certain things in private, where if they were discussed in public, they would put the city at peril. So obviously litigation strategy, who we might want to sue based on certain claims that have originated, certain things you don't want to share out of closed session because of the sensitive nature of it. Also real estate negotiations. If you're negotiating with another party to potentially buy or sell a parcel of property, you wouldn't want the other side to know what numbers you're thinking about. You'd want to do that in private. Yeah. So Brown Act acknowledges that. The state legislature has obviously introduced and adopted the Brown Act to allow for that. So yes, closed session is generally an opportunity for you to discuss private things that would put the city at peril if discussed in public.
Thank you very much. I rest my case. Next up with the virtual raised hand, we have Vice Mayor Montano.
Yeah, so I'm just going to stick with what my recommendations, the cell phone, not using the cell phone in closed session. That's all.
I would actually like to add one more then.
We have a virtual raised hand, please, one at a time. Vice Mayor, have you concluded?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to put that little addendum or that reference for the censure policy, and then also to not have not use cell phones.
No cell phones in the closed session.
In closed session, that's it.
Let's leave it outside. Okay. Okay.
Vice
But
Mayor,
some people got two cell phones.
Vice Mayor,
Some
could I
people
add
got
a friendly
two.
amendment?
No, I'm gonna just stick with that one.
Could we add no cell phones in the chamber? That you'd have to turn in your cell phone?
It's just if you want, but actually no, because what if there's an emergency? I'm just saying this closed session is like more confidential, so.
Okay, I'll second the Vice Mayor. Okay, Ashwini, do we have the updates to the handbook? We want to make sure we present to you our changes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Tran. So we are ready. I mean, with these changes, we can move forward with the recommendation to approve it. And then, of course, it's a living document. Anytime council wants to consider changes, we can bring it back. We just want to make sure we're getting council direction on these two proposed changes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye, the motion is carried. Item number 7 has been approved. Thank you, Ashwini, and your team on your time and efforts on this item. Definitely a sense of accomplishment. Did I hear something?
So I have a question for Ashwini. Am I supposed, since I'm the one that pulled the item, am I supposed to approve the handbook now?
Yes, I think you just.
You just did. I think.
Okay, that was, okay, that was included in that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. Hey, I want to thank everybody again for another successful city council meeting. Last year was like the best year, in my opinion, in my time here amongst our city hall and everybody throughout the city. And I'm really excited for 2022 as we kick it off. And it's going to be still efficient meetings. I think our council is really in tune now, 13 months in or more, I think 14 maybe. And we're only going to get better. And every day, every week, every month in 2022, we're always going to get better. That I can guarantee you. And so I'm really looking forward to a really joyous 2022 as we leave the pandemic and we push the pandemic and we get away from the pandemic once and hopefully over time. I want to say once and for all, but and so I'm really excited about this year, and thank you everybody. And 2022, let's make it happen. Take care.
Thank you, Chris.
This meeting is adjourned.